Mm. Hey, what's up? This is your girl Diamond. My name is Diamond Stylz, and I go live every Friday at 7. An hour late. It's 8. And we talk about all things, all kinds of stuff. But this week we're going to talk about this obsession with trans, just the identity of being trans. And I'll tell y'all why I chose that subject this week. But let's get started with some rules. So I have the settings set up to where only my subscribers can comment in the chat. So you have to have been a subscriber for I think it's a certain amount of hours to be able to chat. And we did that because that allows people who are invested in the conversation, who wants to have intellectual conversation, to join in without us having to deal with the barrage of racist and homophobic and misogynistic comments just flooding the chat. We don't like that. We don't like trolls and all that kind of stuff. So you actually have to be a subscriber to actually comment and participate, because we think that's important and we like to do whatever we can to create a safe space. And so that's why only people who are subscribers can comment. But let's just say that, you have waited those couple of hours or been a subscriber for a couple of days because you are just adamant in being a troll. Then my moderators or myself will delete you and block you from the channel. So we're going to create a safe space regardless. So, but if you have the patience of a normal troll, then maybe you decide to do that. A little bit more patience than the normal troll. You decide to wait it out. We're still going to block and delete you. So, yeah, we want actual people who want to participate and learn and discuss and all that kind of stuff. We'll get you right the fuck up out of here. Thank you. But also, I don't think differing opinions is trolling. I think that you can have a difference of opinion. You can think actually total opposite to me. But when you have the discussion, it needs to be respectful, and there needs to be a baseline of respect of my identity and people's identity who are like mine. So if you in here calling people men's or opposite of their gender identity, or using slurs, or that's you don't have the baseline to enter for me to entertain you in discussion and debate or ideas. So you don't need to be here. You're negative 101. You're still in the remedial area. So when you get up out of that area, then you can come over here. So I just want to make sure that's clear and you know what's going on when we are participating in the conversation here. How is everyone? Hey, Andre. Hey, Mario. Yes, I am back. I just got back yesterday from Minneapolis. We were at the first and largest trans leaders convention convening that has ever. We made history, y'all. It was like almost a little over 600 people in the space that joined us, and it was the Building Trans Power conference held by the Transgender Law Center, which I am on the board of. Shout out to the ED, which is Shelby, and program director Mariah Moore over there. They are doing amazing work to connect trans people and to really get us together so we can talk and build and kind of be in community with each other, so we can make the connection with people that we normally might not make connection with. And it was an amazing time. They had a conversation between Raquel Willis and Zaya Wade, and I don't want to skip over that. Zaya Wade was at our event as a speaker, and this is one of her first times ever speaking You get what I'm saying, in regards to just like at a convening of trans people, because she's 18 now, and she's out here, trying to do her thing. Her father did a documentary about the dads of transgender people, and so now that she is a young adult, she's kind of out here trying to make moves. And I think that it just was a beautiful thing that she trusted our organization to take care of her, and show her the love and also keep her safe. And yeah, we had an amazing time, an amazing conversation between her and Raquel Willis. And then we had an amazing conversation with Mariah Moore and Laverne Cox. She has a book coming out, and um, she's just one of our cultural icons. And so we love Laverne. And they had an amazing conversation. And of course, Marsha's plate. We had a live show there on the main stage. And it was our three hosts, me, LJ, and Bree Star, the fairy puss. And our guest was Moreau Elise, from The Shy, and Amaya Scott from the Star series. We know Amaya Scott from way before the Star series, but I think the main public, start to be introduced to her when she was on that show as Cotton. But Amaya Scott has been a community icon for a long time in the ball scene, and just her presence on the internet. And I think these beautiful lace fronts with all the color. I think the mermaid color. I think that she was one of the first girls to bring that trend back. Not the first girl to wear colored hair, but to bring that trend to this new 2010, early 2010. They really wasn't doing that like that. And so I feel like she's one of the girls that brought that kind of femme queen aesthetic to mainstream. Because then we start seeing the sister to girls start doing that kind of really, really colorful, specific black weird kind of hair. Anyway, but that's my opinion. But having her on the show, we have never had both of those two on the show. So to interview them and have an amazing conversation about building trans relationships with each other and with the community, building that, and how that translate into building trans power. We did a live show. It was amazing. I love it. Of course, y'all know I'm gonna once I get the audio, I'm gonna share it with y'all so y'all be able to listen and in regards to that. So it just was an amazing experience. We saw the amazing first congresswoman open congresswoman of trans experience. Now we know she wasn't the first because Althea Garrison was the first. But Althea Garrison was not open. She was actually outed by the Boston Globe in 1992. Y'all know I'm a trans historian, so I'm always give y'all the tea on that. But the first open trans woman to win was Andrea Jenkins, and that in that same year, Philippe Cunningham, in that same area of the country, they were elected. And so we got to hang out in her city. And if you don't know Andrea Jenkins, she lives and she represents the district where the stuff happened with George Floyd. Like she lives like in a house a block away. And so she was right there in the thick of things when those things were happening, and being an amazing leader and putting us front and center in the middle of that fight. And so shout out to Andrea Jenkins. Who else did I see and what else did I participate? Oh, this was beautiful. So, one of the nights they had a show called Drag Us to Liberation, and it was showing a story about how trans women in drag kind of throughout the drag's history, in this time with RuPaul's Drag Race being like a juggernaut in pushing drag to mainstream with their show, which is a feat in itself. And we all respects to RuPaul in regards to that. But one of my contentions and problems with the show from the beginning. Now, of course, they have evolved and it's kind of different now. But one of the problems that I had in the beginning was they were excluding trans women, drag queens. And I thought that was so shady, especially when we have so much history with trans people in drag, that took it to mainstream even before um, um, Drag Race. And so when we think about, just Tandy Andrews, when we think about Tommy Ross and Mimi Marks and Erica Andrews and Maya Douglas and all those kind of classic Continental girls, Cezanne, and you know, when we think about those, like those classic drag, even like Lady Chablis and um, those kind of classic kind of drag girls, or who kind of put drag in some of the zeitgeist of mainstream. I just feel like it was shady to not include the trans girls, like, and make it where the trans girls couldn't participate. But of course, they have evolved and blah blah blah. Some of the girls just went on and took the platform and admitted they were trans, or been able to transition after the show. Carmen Carrera and Peppermint, and those situations. So they've evolved, but yeah. And so this particular show was just kind of to highlight those girls. And they had Mimi Mark, not every single one, but they had Mimi Marks, they had Raquel Balenciaga, Raquel Lord, um, Silky Monroe, Portia Paris. It was hosted by T.S. Madison and what is that other girl name? Miss Sophia. So yeah, it was just an amazing thing, and it was all night, and we were just showing flowers, and even included like some trans drag kings, which I don't think people appreciate enough. Yeah, so it was an amazing experience. And of course, I'm gonna, on Marsha's Plate Instagram, I'm gonna post some pictures from that. Of course, I'm gonna post our portion of the show. But yeah, it was stunning, beautiful, bringing all the kitties together: trans masculine, non-binary, trans women, everybody, trans leaders across the country to one spot. We kept it secret just so we won't get bombed or some crazy ass bullshit like that. We kept it secret, and the rules was you can't post anything about it until everybody's gone on Friday. And so people have been posting their stuff today, and it's been beautiful to see. So yeah, you take a group picture. Yes, I did take a couple of group pictures with a bunch of people. So I'm gonna post some and post it on the on Marsha's Plates, either here. I'm definitely, once I get the show, I'm going to post it here. But I think once I get the pictures and stuff, I'm going to post it on Marsha's Plate Instagram and our Facebook page. If you go Marsha's Plate, Marsha spelled the regular way, MARSHAS, comma S, plate as in a plate of food, Marsha's Plate. Search that on Facebook or search that on Instagram, and you will find us. We do have a blue check on Facebook. We don't have a blue check on Instagram, which is kind of strange that they gave us a blue check on Facebook, but didn't give us a blue check on Instagram. But I don't know how Facebook works. So, Meta kind of funny acting. So follow us on there, and you will be up to date. Make sure as you come in, you thumbs up. Hey RL, you thumbs up. It is 20 people in here, and only 8 people have thumbs up. Make sure you thumbs up. Anyway, what's been going on with y'all? Let me pull my notes up for our conversation. Oh, I forgot to tell y'all what I'm over here smelling like. So I have, hey Turner, I have washed my tail, and I am smelling amazing. And what I'm smelling like, that is the link to it. It is called Yara Come on, just graduated with my master's in public health. Hey, congratulations. Welcome to the educated elites, darling. Come on, I know you worked hard and we are proud of you. Congratulations. Sickening. No. Now go ahead, Jordan. Go get that. Don't stop there. Go get that doctrine. So we can have some real doctors with their dissertation and real credits out here in these streets. Go ahead. Don't be discouraged. Go get that doctor. Don't just stop at the masters. We need more real DRs out here, especially in our community. So what I'm wearing today is, especially in public health, amen, is Yara, Mystical Yara. I linked it. This is a vanilla-y. It makes you smell delicious, scrumptious. It's a gourmand. It's bright. It's fruity. It's vanilla-y. Very, if you like those kind of smelling like edible type of scents, this is that. It's not expensive. It's like $20. This one, this is a travel size. I have a bigger size that is, I can't remember exactly. I got it from Amazon, but this one, because the ones that I bought Amazon, they're huge. They're like the size of my phone. And so but this, I found this at Rainbow. This travel size at Rainbow, and I love it because I can just throw it in my bag and it's cute. But this little travel size, that's perfect. Yeah, I love it. That's what I'm smelling like today. So if you want to check it out, it's not expensive, but it smells great and it lasts long. And I already gave y'all tips before on how to make your fragrances last long. Take some non-scented Vaseline, put it on your points that you're going to put it, and put that on like your neck, wherever you're going to put your fragrance, put that Vaseline on there, and honey, that fragrance is going to stick to it and stay longer than it normally stays. So a little tip if you didn't know that, but that's how you do. Yes, thank y'all so much. Definitely working on applying for PhD program soon. Yay. We are rooting for you, girl. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Hey, Kyra Dior. Is that how you say it, Kyra? But also get your rest too. I know I hate when I tell people. Sometimes I hate when I tell people that I accomplished something and they say, "Go do more." Bitch, I just did this shit. Oh, I want to celebrate what I did before I go work harder. So sometimes I forget that sometimes this bitch, I just accomplished this whole. Yeah, I might go do something else, but child, I just did this. Sometimes I forget that. So yeah, celebrate what you did right now too before you go get your doctrine. But I be forgetting. Sometimes I forget that is I find that to be problematic sometimes. As I just did it. But yes, revel in your success of where you are right now. You just got your master's, and that's amazing. Even if you stay right there. Let me see. All right, so let's get started. Anyway. So sometimes when I am thinking about topics, or sometimes I have a topic because it's inspired by my life. Sometimes I have a topic and it's inspired by what's going on, blah, 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 blah. But sometimes especially coming off this trip where I am transed out, sometimes I'll have like a mental block of where I'm like, oh, what do I want to talk about this week? And I might not have it. So I need some inspiration. So sometimes I'll go on Instagram and see what the girls is talking about, what's hot in the streets in regards to what the trans girls are interested in talking about. And sometimes I'll go to like Google Trends. I don't know if y'all heard of that, but it's like Google Trends, and they'll tell you what's popular and being discussed in a particular topic. So, like, if you want to talk about Trump administration as a topic, it'll tell you what's being searched on Google, what's popular. And so sometimes I'll go in Google Trends and I'll search like, transgender or trans as a topic and see what's being searched in that particular topic. And so when I went and did that earlier, um, what I saw that was kind of weird and strange, there was a consistent, it wasn't a particular topic, it was a type of question. And it was a question that was questioning somebody's gender identity. So they were all, the top questions about in the trans topic was whether somebody was trans or not, which is crazy. So that's why I wanted to talk about the obsession with the trans identity and questioning whether or not someone is transgender. Because one of the questions that is like the breakout trend is Silky Nutmeg Ganache, y'all know drag extraordinaire Silky, is she trans? Kristen Stewart, somebody asked whether or not Kristen Stewart was trans. Kristen Stewart is from what is her Twilight? Her claim to fame was Twilight. Kristen Stewart, she came out as a lesbian, I think. And so now she's kind of presenting a little bit more masculine. And so now is a very, everybody's questioning if she is trans or not. Lauren Betts, people were asking Lauren Betts, is Lauren Betts trans? So it was a bunch of questions of whether or not somebody was trans. And I was like, oh, that's such an interesting trend that everybody just asking people's their tea. So I wanted to talk about that, this obsession with questioning whether someone is transgender or not. To me, let me start out by saying I think this often stems just on a kind of big picture level. I think this often stems from a deeply ingrained cultural reliance on the gender binary. For many people, not everybody, but I think many people, I think knowing somebody's gender assignment, like what their gender was assigned at birth, is like a subconscious baseline on how they are going to interact with you or communicate with you or categorize any kind of social information about you. And so because I do think it's subconscious and I think it's conscious. It just depends on the person, but I do think that baseline in how people treat you if they know what you are, I think that people do that. And I think when you're ambiguous in your presentation and they can't figure it out, I think that it feels disorienting. Like I think it throws people off a little bit. And in some levels, I think that is unconscious and not necessarily malicious. And then I think on some levels that it is very conscious and very malicious. Like people are just trying to shade you, or it's their malicious bias that's coming out when they really want to categorize you. And so that's one element of it. I think it's just that reliance on rigid gender binaries. I need to know what you are. I need to know what's between your legs and blah, 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 blah. And additionally, in recent times, I think that the hyperfixation is heavily fueled by current political and media landscapes, and that treat trans identities as a point of constant debate. Like that's just where we are in the culture right now. The cultural scrutiny amplifies because this is such a big, large public discourse about trans people. Hamish Polk, this public discourse about trans people, it kind of amplifies people's curiosity and amplifies the policing. And so it changes because of and this is like the double-edged sword of visibility. Like visibility normalizes us, but it also opens us up to more scrutiny because we're shining light on something that has been in the dark for a long time, or in the subculture of the LGBT. Because a lot of times in the LGBT, the T was a little T. It was just lesbians and gays and um and little B and little T. Because B's want to hide and T's want to be stealth and not be harmed and be safe, so they want to keep their T. You get what I'm saying? It wasn't the main topic, and once gay marriage passed, we became the main topic. And while normalization is good on one level, sometimes visibility can bring more scrutiny, and that can be a negative. So it's like the double-edged sword of awareness and scrutiny of us. And so it transforms it from a personal aspect of identity into a public spectacle. Okay. And that public spectacle is driven by the lack of familiarity with the subject. And at times it kind of can expose like an underlying anxiety about the changing social norms of the day. You know, you hear, this is just a small example. You'll hear the straight men shadily saying something along the lines, "Oh shit, you gotta see the women's birth certificate nowadays. These transformers is looking, more and more like real women. I'm only dating women with children because then for sure that's a woman, because they out here getting pussies and getting surgeries that make them look like real women." And that kind of anxiety of trans women being out here, especially along the lines of, especially if they have bought into the fake propaganda point that trans women are out here tricking men and blah 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 blah, and you never know, they're out here deceiving, and that's why they be getting murdered and blah, blah. If they have bought into that fake lie, then it gives them anxiety about their options, especially, since their options are so limited, since they're so trash. So, so yes, I wanted to kind of point those things out. That for me, in my opinion, I think it's I think the people's obsession with the trans, whether or not somebody is trans, is rooted in this current cultural obsession with it being a super talking point and getting people clicks and getting people, there's that girl. If you go to that girl, remember that girl recently that was in the gym with the white trans woman, and it blew up into a viral moment. She was at the gym with her, and you can tell that she's trying to spin it into a career. She's running for mayor for Los Angeles, and she just had kind of, Trish is her name, Trish or whatever. And now that has died down, you can tell she's trying to grasp for some kind of relevance. If you go to her page now it's like she's popping up at right-wing events, and it's like her, Angela Stanton, Tasha K, they bring in trans people on and talking about trans subject, all of that kind of stuff. Now, they're trying to grasp at straws and really trying to hold on to relevancy. And so they'll use the trans topic to go viral because it's a hot, quick, viral moment. Wanting attention. Absolutely. The brick. Yes, wanting attention. And so, yeah, we'll see. We that obsession with the gender binary, trying to make it rigid and not as fluid as it actually is. And then there's just an obsession with us because it can get clicks. So I also, before we get into some of the specific examples, I also want to talk about, I want to do some self-reflection. If you're listening to this currently or after it goes, after we're not live, I really want us to do some self-reflection and how it plays into our own behavior as an ally and as an actual trans or queer person. I'm a very niche person. I'm not somebody out here that's like super popular, and so I know, and and I like the anonymity of that. So it's not this is not a complaint at all. I don't want to be some super popular person, so because I don't want to be getting all the weird backlash that some of the popular trans girls get. So I like that I am popular in my community. People know me. If you're trans, you know me. I'm popular in that way, but I haven't really got the ire of some of that bullshit that some of the other people be getting. Like I ain't never had no Dio whisperer type of situation. I ain't never and I'm grateful for that. So usually people that, because I'm such a niche type of content creator, usually people that watch me, I'm preaching to the choir who or preaching to other queer people or allies who want to learn more, who don't have a resistance to the idea of trans and wanting to learn more and accepting in as far as that. So sometimes I'm preaching to the choir. And so because of that, somebody who sometimes when the choir, because they in the choir, they feel like they know everything or they don't have any biases, transphobic biases, they don't have any anti-black. They think they woke and super woke. But I think sometimes that does you a disservice because you're not actually analyzing how it can show up in your own behavior. So while I'm preaching to the choir, I do want you to, that kind of, when you have that idea that you know everything or that you don't have a problem with trans people, it blinds you to where it may show up. You may not. You may be somebody who accepts trans women as women, trans men as men, trans men as men. You may be somebody that is like that, but it might show up somewhere in another aspect of your life. Your transphobia might show up in another aspect of your life. It's kind of like me with anti-blackness. Sometimes it'll show up somewhere that I least expected it, and I'm like, ooh, that feels like anti-blackness within myself. And so you have to be self-reflective in your own biases around some of these systems, around racism, around misogyny, around colorism, around these systems that we kind of talk about. And a lot of time, people on the left or people in the progressive spaces, they think they know everything and don't want to accept when it comes out in their own behavior. And so, I really want you to take yourself out of the voyeurist, excuse me, the voyeuristic place where you like thinking you on the outside looking in, like you're not the problematic one. I want you to look at yourself and maybe see where you can show up different in certain spaces and how your behavior might, when are you obsessed with somebody's tea, or when can this kind of show up when you're in public and you're questioning, ooh, is this a man, this or woman, or how do you respond even in your own consciousness? Okay, so I want you to, you may not, and this doesn't mean that everybody has every single problem, but sometimes when we think we know everything, we kind of are blind to our blind spots and our biases. So I want you to move yourself from the voyeur to being self-reflective and how it shows up in your own behavior. Got it? Do y'all understand that? If you're just joining us, make sure you thumbs up. It is 31 people in here and only 18 people have thumbs up. And so I want to make sure that's free. That don't cost nothing. Yeah. So I wanted to say that this is, I know that sometimes I'm preaching to the choir, but I want it to be I want you to be more self-reflective in how it shows up. All right, so let's get started in talking about specific examples. Let's talk about how some of these kind of like high-profile media phenomenons illustrate how this obsession with trans people plays out in real time. So let's talk about the weaponization of gender speculation in pop culture. Here, an example that you probably know is in 2004, there was this relentless online scrutiny surrounding public figures in sports. When we think about Angela Carini and Iman Khalif, the boxing cisgender woman who kind of looked masculine and was fighting in, but she was born a cis girl. Or the ongoing internet rumors surrounding like a Lady Gaga, who famously shut down speculation by saying, "Why the hell am I going to waste my time and give a press release about whether or not I have a penis? My fans don't care, and neither do I." Which I thought was a kiki, because one of the reasons why I love Lady Gaga, she will read a little bit. And so, questioning her gender identity, we've questioned Serena Williams. We've questioned. There is literally a sector of people, and I ran into them, who believe that Michelle Obama is trans, even though she has 2 children. So even though, you know, they love to say, "I have a pussy, I have a period, I can have children," and you can't, you still can be affected by transphobia. You are not exempt. Your pussy doesn't make you exempt. Because of these arbitrary lines of womanhood, that shit don't make you exempt. Look at what, we'll talk about this later, but look at what's happening with the president of France and Candace Owens, and a whole documentary about her transgender. And that, I'll give that example later. But these are some examples of how it shows up in the culture. And I think what happens is this also shows how this speculation is rarely about facts and almost always about policing women's bodies, because it's very few people. I want to say all the I want to say never, but it's very few times that I see this happening to men. I rarely see celebrity men being questioned on whether or not they are a woman or not. Does it make sense? I usually see it happening to Black women, but I definitely rarely see it happening to men. I feel like it's about policing women's bodies who don't fit into a hyper feminine or Eurocentric aesthetic standard. So anybody, if you're a little too tall, your jaw a little too strong, feet a little too big, a little too dark, a little whatever opposite of the Eurocentric beauty standards or hyper feminine beauty standards that they have set, the what Toni Morrison calls the master narrative around beauty. It feels anybody who falls excuse me, anybody who falls outside of that, they're susceptible to that scrutiny, that misogynoir. Absolutely, they are susceptible to that. And as Embre just said, it's crazy to see Black people question her gender. Absolutely insane. But because we are Black, it automatically makes us susceptible to that. Like, it just is, because they have the world we live in America, but it's global too. Because some of these examples that I just gave, it's not in American context. It's in a global context. But just the fact that you're Black and you look Black, our features has been masculinized, from the big nose, the big lips, the any kind of those Afrocentric ethnic features that is attributed to us. They can steal them, but when it's on us, it is deemed to be masculine. It is deemed to be not beautiful. It is deemed to be, something that can bring our gender into question. And so I want to ask us, I want to kind of ask us a question. And y'all tell me, in your own lived experience, how has like the media, trained you to view, or trained us to view trans identity as like a mystery to be solved, or a reveal, or like a reveal, rather than just a way of somebody's being. And for me, I think I think it goes back to, what the documentary Disclosure really brilliantly. If you haven't watched it, the documentary on Netflix called Disclosure, um, produced by the Laverne Cox and others, I think it brilliantly laid out how we were trained to see trans people as this kind of deviant, scary thing, killers, put the lotion on the skin, on Silence of the Lamb as an example. Any kind of like gender bending stuff, that stuff is sexual deviant and weird, and putting making us this scary abnormal thing. We think about old school talk show circuit. The trans girls, and I'm not blaming them at all, but the girls using those as stepping stones, or just to get 15 minutes of fame, to be on those shows, and using their gender identity and putting it on display as a spectacle. I remember girls being on Donahue. I remember girls being on, it ranged from done very tastefully, quote unquote, on certain shows like a Oprah or a Donahue or Sally Jesse Raphael, and done very untastefully when we think about Jerry Springer and is it a man, is it a woman, and him allowing the audience to get a mic and they reading us, and you get what I'm saying, it can be untasteful too. And I think those and I experienced this firsthand. I remember getting on a bus, and one of the girls in my city who is a little bit less passable got on the bus. I got on the bus. I've been pretty, I've been pretty passable most of my life. I didn't really take it didn't take too much for me to get passable. And so I've always had a certain level of passability to where I could get on the bus and um enjoy a certain level of anonymity. You get what I'm saying? I can get on and not be, oh my God, that's a man. I've been pretty blessed in that kind of way. I'm not saying that I don't ever get clogged. I'm not implying that, but I'm just saying on average, I usually don't. And so um I can just get on and be cool. So I remember this one time I got on the bus, nobody clocked me. I got on the bus and I'm good. Da 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 da. One of the girls got him. Hey Jay, one of the girls that I knew got on the bus. She's not as passable as me, and the whole bus went up in an uproar, and they started using the language that was popular at the time, and literally quoting what we would see on Jerry Springer. Like, it's a man, Maury. It's or Jerry Springer. It was Maury and Jerry Springer. That was the comment. That was the common thing that people watched. It's a man, like literally saying on the bus, as if they were in the audience of the show, it's a man, Maury, to be funny and embarrass this trans woman as she goes to work. Like she is literally in her scrubs heading to a job at the hospital. Like you can tell, like, because she's in her scrubs and she has her stuff on, and they literally in the back of the bus is saying, it's a man. Oh, we can tell. Da, 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 da. Like, just for nobody asked, nobody just harassing her. That's just what it is. And so these type of shows set the stage for this to happen in real life. And this is why when I wrote my piece for Essence, I wrote a piece on let me see if I can find it. They spelled my name wrong, but I wrote this article. In essence, for essence, they spelled Stylz with E. That's not how you spell my name, but thank you, Moni. I wrote this article in essence. That one I just linked it in there. I wrote this article in essence, and I talked about how people love to say jokes are jokes and it's just jokes and blah 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 blah. But what if you live our experience? What you put out in the world can lead to actual harm in the real world. And so, yes, you think it's a joke, but it's going to turn into harm. So, in that regards, I think when I thought about Dave Chappelle in that situation, I remember, like, right in the moment, this whole calling us the alphabet people, that was not a slur. That was not a statement that people were using until that stand-up special came out. He called us the alphabet people, and people started to use that in real life. I remember being in a public space. They saw a trans person and they were saying alphabet people. I was like, so while, yes, you, particularly the comedian, are just telling a joke, people will take that joke and harm people and weaponize it against actual people in real life. So you trying to absolve yourself of the harm that is doing to trans people doesn't work. It's not just jokes. It translates into real harm and harassment, even if you don't intentionally do it. And now all of a sudden, Dave Chappelle is out on this campaign talking about, oh, I regret the right-wing Republican Party misusing what I'm saying and weaponizing it against trans people. That was not my intention. Shut the fuck up, Dave. Bitch ass nigga. You were one of the main people spreading anti-trans propaganda, and you knew it. You kept talking about it. It wasn't a one-off thing. You kept doing specials and having moments in these specials during this time. And now all of a sudden, what? I don't know. They're using this against, weaponizing it against trans people. That was not my intention. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. That was your intention. You knew what you were doing because we were calling you out and you were rebutting it in the next special and all this kind of stuff. And then even try to use a trans woman killing herself based on aligning with you and people talking, trying to call her in, and then she killed herself. Their own community is forcing them to suicide and to get out of here. No, it was you. It was you and your propaganda and your bullshit that put us in a situation. One person who ain't going to let you slide, Diamond, at all. No, get the fuck out of here. No, I'm not going to let you. Even this Tucker Carlson shit, all these motherfuckers that's on there, this is a different subject, but all these motherfucking Republicans and right-wing talking heads that are now that he can't run again. Do you see what I'm saying? Now that he can't run again and they don't have to align with him, now they like, oh, we regret. We didn't ask for war. We didn't ask for what's happening with ICE. We didn't ask for this. Bitch, yes, you did. He's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Y'all did vote for this. This is what y'all wanted. This is he ain't some new motherfucker. He had a whole presidency of this bullshit before this time. And now all of a sudden Tucker Carlson and all these other motherfuckers is like, oh, this is not what we voted for. Yes, it is, hoe ass motherfucker. And yeah, we gotta stop acting like they didn't fucking vote. They're voted against their interests. That's the smart ones, the talking heads. But even the dumb, broke, poor, right-wing people, usually white, but even the other ones, They did not fucking not vote against their interests. Their interest is white supremacy. That's their interest, baby. So when we say they voted against their interest, they're lying. Their interest is to keep white supremacy upheld. That is their interest. Even if it's against their pockets. They have white supremacy is so powerful that they believe in it, that they want to keep it upheld, even if it's they keep them in the poorhouse. I'd rather be poor and white than to let these niggas and let these Mexicans and let these motherfucking other people be successful. Recently, Kimberly Foster just came back and she talked about, which I thought I didn't know. She talked about how in the late 90s, Oklahoma Democratic legislators voted to give everybody universal daycare. And how that simple change in giving everybody daycare, state-funded daycare, literally took them out of the bottom when it comes to education and put them somewhere in the middle, like literally took them up. And then since then, they has dismantled all of this, and now they're back at the bottom. Like you literally see it helping people. You literally see it helping people, and y'all helping your state in general as a whole. And bam, y'all done voted to go against this, and now y'all back at the bottom of education. The fuck? Are you stupid? No. They don't care about the help. They care about white supremacy. That's what they care about. Anyway. I don't think it's media. I think seeing trans women as scary or murder is mostly how women see men, and it gets confused. In the 90s, I used to go to clubs with transsexuals as they were then. They were in the Navy and hot, strong, but they didn't go out like that in the daytime. So that reminds me of a situation. I remember in early on, if you don't know, I used to be a part of an organization called Black Trans Advocacy Group. We did a conference every year. It still goes on. I'm just not with them no more. Problematic shit that forced me to leave that I didn't like. But BTAG, Black Trans Advocacy Conference, was every year. And in the early days, I was with them for like 12 years, 11, 12 years. And in the early days of its existence, we had one of the most powerful conversations that I remember having we did a workshop where we were the intention of the workshop was to bridge the gap between cisgender women and transgender women. And so, half the room was cis, half the room was trans, and it's me, Monica Roberts, who else? Kamarian Anderson, I think she was in there, I think. Some of the cis women was Esperanza Brown, which is one of the other, the founder is Carter Brown, and his wife is Espy. And, it just was a mix in the room. And so, and I didn't think about this, but it was a blind spot of mine, because let me explain it, and I can tell why. So in the midst of the conversation, of course, in this time we were talking, the bathroom bill was the big thing that was coming up, and the bathroom issue, trans women being in the bathroom, blah, blah, blah. I personally thought that this was weird, because as a girl who transitioned really, really earlier in my life, I remember going to the girls' bathroom when I was in junior high as a butch queen, and none of the girls had a problem with me going up in there. Even as a butch queen, like, no, they never said anything. They will pull me into the bathroom and we're playing in makeup. You know what I'm saying? It never was an issue. So then when I transitioned, it never was an issue either. I never really had I never really had an issue with the bathroom until college. And that was years into college. Like I had a bathroom issue when I was a junior. And so even in my freshman year, going into the girls' bathroom was never an issue until my junior year in college. So I was like, I never met cisgender girls who had an issue with me going to the bathroom. I just never had. It was always understood that we don't want you. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't respond to me like I'm some dude, some jock dude coming into the bathroom. So the idea of us being an unsafe thing in the women's bathroom, I always thought it was just bullshit because the cisgender women I grew up around, it was anecdotal, but it never was an issue. So I'm like, what? And so, no. Even before I was a girl, like before I started, when I was in junior high, I transitioned the summer between junior high and high school. So in junior high, I was a boy. I was a gay, butch queen little boy. So even when I was even when I identified as a gay boy, it was me going into the girls' bathroom was never a thing. So trans, gay, just being a queer, they knew I'm not trying to fuck them. So and this is what I gauged from conversation that was had. So they never looked at me as some danger. Do you see what I'm saying? It never was a thing. They knew I liked the boys. They knew I didn't like no girl. And it didn't have anything to do with my passability. It had something to do with me being queer. So Diamond, I can hear women now. Don't call me cis woman. I don't. That goes back to what I said in the beginning of the conversation. If you are the type of woman that has a problem with being called cis, this ain't the conversation. I'm not the person for you to listen to. If you are that far right or that sensitive about, and you don't know what cis mean, and this ain't the place for you. you negative 101. This is like a higher level conversation. If you still on that, I don't even want you here actually. So I don't really care. So if you have a problem with me calling you cis, you think of it as negative, we ain't never going to be on the same page. It's kind of like somebody saying, I don't see trans women as women. Then we don't have anything to talk about. we on a whole different plane of the world. So I don't have whoever's in the fight that's wanting to battle that and have that debate. That's for them. That's not for Diamond Stylz. I'm on a whole other plane, and I think that kind of conversation is beneath me. I have videos of me explaining what cisgender is. I've done that 10 years ago. So we on a whole different level. So if you are a person who don't call me cis, bitch, I'm gonna call, just like you don't think I'm a man and you call me whatever you want to call me, I'm gonna say cis. You don't like it, move on. And if you think that that's hypocritical, yep, sure. I accept whatever. You're not the type of person that I think deserves respect. And I'm not the type of person that you think deserves respect either. So we never gonna, it's like oil and water. We ain't never gonna mix. Because I think people who hold on to cisgender, a word that we did not create, that is because they want to be transphobic and they think it's a gotcha moment. They think like, ooh, you're calling me something I don't want to be called. What about you? You want to be called this and they think it's a gotcha moment. And it's not. It's just you being a transphobe. You don't have any other language issue, new words. Bitch, y'all just fucking learned about accountability. Y'all just learned about misogynoir. Any other new words y'all accepting, even though cisgender is not a new word. Any other new word that aligns with you accept clearly, but all of a sudden I don't want to be cisgendered. I don't need adjectives in front of, I'm just a woman. But when we want to be specific, talking about Black women's issue, now all of a sudden you want to accept the adjective of Black. You don't be saying, I'm a woman. Don't call me a black woman. No, you talking about specific to black people. And so I'm talking about specific to cisgender women. When I say cis, I need you to know the difference. When I'm talking about trans and when I'm talking about cis, I want you to know the distinction, because we all women. The problem is you don't think we all women. And that's okay. But anyway, so my point was telling y'all the story about what kind of shifted my mindset about cisgender women and a learning moment for me. I doubt that would be the audience here. Absolutely. Devin, no, that's not the audience here. So what taught me to be more sensitive to cisgender women, not pander to them, but be more sensitive in certain moments. So somebody who one of the women in the circle of the conversation, she being vulnerable, shared her experience and how she grew into seeing trans women, from seeing a trans woman as a threat to seeing a trans woman as a human, like just another woman. And so remember my own experience, all the cisgender girls were cool with me being in the bathroom. So she described her growing up. She was like, in my life, I have been harmed. My trauma says men are not safe. Now, why I am open to this person's conversation is because we are in a space that is intentional about bridging the gap between cis and trans women. So her coming to this space is letting me know that she wants to bridge the gap. She's not just some bitch on the other end saying some dumbass shit. This is somebody who intentionally wants to heal our whatever the chasm is and close the chasm between us. Like, that's the intention of the space. And so her being vulnerable in this moment, sharing her own experience, also gives context to me being open to understand the conversation. So I want to say that because sometimes you're just coming in attacking, and so I'm not going to be open to any kind of bullshit or rebuttal you got to say, because bitch, you just fucking attacking, and this in conversation isn't intention to heal us. This connotation that you're bringing is to just be fucking harmful, just to be fucking harmful. And so I'm not going to be susceptible to even listen to you and to try to talk this through, because you just being a fucking bitch and a bigot. So fuck you. So I want to give the nuance of the conversation. So in the conversation we were having, she said, growing up, because I have been sexually harmed by men being in my space that's supposed to be private for women, I'm going to be sensitive to that. And so if I'm coming in a space before I learn about trans people and I'm clocking that you are a man dressed up as a woman, I'm going to feel safe I would feel unsafe in this bathroom because you are a man dressed up as a woman and you're not supposed to be in here. And before I had trans friends, my trauma was at the forefront. My trauma around being harmed by men was at the forefront. And so there was a time when I would be like, oh, you're not supposed to be in here. I know, because I'm clocking you. I know you're a man dressed up as a woman. The context of the culture of teaching me that this is a sexual deviant. I felt unsafe in the bathroom with this person who I, from my lived experience, identified as this is a man dressed as a woman, and men were unsafe to me. And she said, that's how I initially felt, because I was young and I had been harmed by men. And so boom. And I think this goes back to what Alpha said, that kind of misandry. I don't want to say misandry. You know, the anti-feminist niggas love to throw that. This is misandry. But there is a particular rightful fear of men that, because of the history and data and all the harm that comes from them, we know We all have been harmed by a nigga in our lives, usually. 9.9% of the time, 99.9% of the time. We don't have this experience. And so there's a rightful fear. And so she was sharing that it wasn't until I was in authentic relationship with trans women for me to understand them and understand their situation, where I was like, oh, I don't have to fear this person because they're trans. And this is a whole different thing. And so there was a process between where my trauma, this is how she explained it, where my trauma was here at the forefront, and me having authentic relationships with trans women and learning about the experience not healed me from my trauma, but it let me see trans women in a more nuanced light, where I understand that this is a different thing, where before I lumped everybody together. And so her sharing, in the space, in this vulnerable space, her sharing that with me had me sit. This is my learn. Just like she was having her learning process, I'm in my learning process. Anytime somebody had an issue with trans women being in the bathroom, I dismissed it as ignorance. Oh, these are some ignorant ass bigots, blah 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 blah, and kind of turned my nose up at it. But because this is somebody that I am in community with, that I care about, and they care about me, I have to sit and listen to them and respect what they're saying, and know that their intention is not to be disrespectful and not to be transphobic. They really are sharing their experience to be vulnerable. Do you see what I'm saying? And so that gives it a different context and bring me to the table with a certain level of care and open ear, to where when she started talking about it, I was like, oh, wow, I too have been harmed. It's kind of like when I see, when I see a group of Black dudes and I'm walking down the street and I'm like, I don't know the history of these Black dudes. They could be the nicest, gentlemanly ass dudes, but because I've been in trauma situations with groups of Black men and I'm walking down the street, there's going to be a certain level of anxiety that I have with this group of Black dudes that I see. And so because of my trauma is at the forefront, I might prejudge them because of my lived experience. That's exactly what she's sharing. That because I lumped y'all into the category of men and I've been harmed by men, I lumped y'all into that category fairly. Not fairly, reasonably. It's reasonable for me to lump you in because I don't know trans women like that. So or the gender identity thing, I hadn't learned about it like I do now. So boom, you look like a man to me, or I'm clocking you as a man. So there's that. And so I had to look at my own trauma, my own lived experience, and how I grew up and how I grew. And it was a powerful moment for me when I heard her say that and heard her talking about it. And so when I asked the question of how the media trained us to view trans identity as something to solve, something to reveal, and the obsession of I think that, yes, I think our culture kind of initially, if you don't know a trans person, what you would kind of see through the media is something that you should be scared of, or some kind of deviant thing. And I think that that's important to acknowledge. Now, I think it's a choice to stick there and to stay there. She could have easily rejected it. You could easily reject. And for me, I think the power in her example is I started to build authentic relationships with trans people. There's a lot of people out here who have strong anti-trans opinions that don't know one trans person. One trans person is not in their vicinity. All their ire and hate for trans people is based on a fake trope of us. Data shows that a person who actually knows a trans person, who actually is in community with one, whether it be forced or not forced, because sometimes a lot of people only are forced into a community space with trans people if they work with one, or if they're in school with one, or if they're in college with one. And so usually people who actually have come in contact with a trans person, usually that shifts their mindset about that person, because you're forced to see them every day, and you forced to see them as a human and actually sit down and maybe have a conversation with them. And just that proximity can be a powerful humanizing thing, unless they reject it. Do you see what I'm saying? But if they're open, or I just know me. It just certain things in my own experience that just me being in proximity of a thing that I don't know helps me learn more about it. I remember I've never been anti-immigrant. I've never been right wing about immigration. Okay. So I've never been in a situation where I hated foreigners or that I thought of them negatively. I have been in a situation where I was just ignorant about the problem, because I am an American citizen and I never really had a problem with I never really had to worry about any issues of as a Black American, any issues about my citizenship being questioned. So it never was an issue for me to have to care about. And so I didn't know the issue. Do you see what I'm saying? But I never was in a situation where I thought immigrants was negative, or that I wanted them not to have their birthright citizenship. Do you see what I'm saying? I've never been in a situation where that was a problem. So it just never was a thing. But I hired this girl, what was her name? I can't remember her name. Anyway, she spoke Spanish. I wanted more Spanish speakers on my team. And she spoke Spanish. I didn't really care that she was an immigrant. I didn't even think about it. But we were in the process of us working on our slow time, because we were working together. I was her boss, and she shared a lot of stuff with me that I didn't know about the immigration issue. Just, people coming over here, the concept of a coyote, and you know what I'm saying? And the way I understand it, coyotes are somebody who helps people get over the border. And sometimes it's a positive experience, and sometimes it's negative. It's just they'll pay somebody and they steal their money and leave them out in the fucking desert with no food or no water, and they can't get over the border. Or they're a legitimate person and will really take them over the border and try to help them, put them in the back of trunks, and they're legit in trying to help them. But then there's some that are using it as a hustle that will leave somebody out in the middle of the desert, take their money and leave them. And so all this she's teaching me all this stuff that I just didn't know about, because I never had to deal with this and didn't know about it. And so that proximity to her made me way more sensitive to the immigration issue and the DACA. It made me way more sensitive, and my ears perk up when I hear something that was wrong that somebody would say about the immigration issue. Does that make sense? Like, it never was a negative issue for me. Like, it never was like, oh, these immigrants, da da da. I never had a moment where immigrants was a problem. I'm trying to think of, am I telling the truth? Yeah, I don't remember an incident that I could feel like I didn't fuck with the immigrants. Like, they never was an issue. They always were in my community, because I live in the hood. I don't remember a place where there wasn't some immigrants somewhere and they were an issue. Like, even in my high school, we had 2 Asian people. We didn't have no Asian people. It was 2 Asian people, and they were brother and sister. It was Tran and Lakeview. Both of them, brother and sister, they were quiet. They never did anything to us. It never was. They never was an issue to it that I had to get over, or they were real regular. It wasn't like they were in a position where, they were the top of the class. No, the top of our class was a 2 Black girls. They were the valedictorian and the salutatorian. Like, it wasn't like they were taking all the opportunities, and I never was in a situation where they were taking opportunities. They were, I don't even remember. I don't even remember any Latina people at our school. I know it had to be some, but I don't even remember. In high school, I don't remember any being in community with any Latina people. In elementary, yes, but in high school, no. I remember I was cool with this girl named Luz, Luz, in elementary. But yeah, it never was an issue. Oh, I do remember when I came to Houston. I remember I grew up in Midwest, in my younger years, Midwest, Boston, Mississippi, those eras. So when I came to Houston, this is the first time that I'm in heavy proximity of the Latinx group. I remember I was looking for a job, and I just wanted a quick job, like a fast food job. And every fast food place around where I live, I guess this would be my example of where I was like, this seems kind of weird. Every fast food place around where I lived, the whole team was Latinx people. And I do remember thinking, damn, they don't hire. I ain't never been to a place where there wasn't no black people on the fast food team. Like, you ain't got you in a black neighborhood. You in a black and Latinx neighborhood. You ain't got one black person on your team. And every fast food joint in the neighborhood, the whole team was Latin and no black people, Latinx. And I do remember me thinking like, ooh, this don't feel normal, or this feels like a barrier. I did think about it in that way, where I was like, oh, y'all ain't got no black people on your team. Y'all ain't even got the cook. Y'all ain't even got the burger flipper. Is nothing but Latinx people on the team. That feels intentional. And so I do remember having that moment, but that was when I was like 28, not growing up. I do remember that. So yeah, anyway, this was a moment where me being in proximity to her taught me so much and opened me up to. She suggested books. She just gave me a political education. You are so raking of pre-NAFTA times. They weren't that many immigrants in the Midwest. Yeah, I think they were. No. Because it was in high school, it was different. But in elementary, there were immigrants there in elementary. And when I moved to Boston, it was immigrants there. But that's the Middle East, not Middle East, New England. But in the Midwest, in elementary, it just was, for some reason, it was more immigrants in elementary, which was 80s. I went to high school in the 90s. And in the 90s, yeah, in my high school, my particular high school. Now, Ty went to another high school, and they had way more immigrants in that school. But in my school, it wasn't a lot. And I don't know why that was. With our magnet, this is when the magnet program started too. And our magnet program that our school was over was like agriculture and it was like agriculture and science. It was like science and agriculture. Whereas the magnet program of the other school was like arts, like dance and like the liberal arts, which was the school Ty went to. And then tech was more, what was tech? This is when I don't know if y'all had magnet programs at your school, but where each school had a particular like magnet focus of their. Did y'all have magnet programs in y'all school? Is that when I know in Indiana, that's where it has started. Anyway, my point is, She opened up my eyes more. She opened up my eyes. Me being in proximity to her opened up my eyes about the immigrant conversation. And because of that proximity, it helped me, it helped politically move me closer and more sensitive to the immigration issue. Because prior to me being in proximity to her, I was indifferent. It wasn't negative. I was kind of neutral. That wasn't my issue. That wasn't my da 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 da. Ours was math and computers. Yeah. Yeah, we still do in Florida intentional. I don't even know what that last word is. International baccalaureate. What does that mean? What is that? International baccalaureate. Is that how you say that? I don't even know what that word is. Baccalaureate. Is that how you say that? Baccalaureate? International baccalaureate. Ours was math and computers. Yeah, ours was agriculture and science. So anyway, so I think the same thing applies to trans people, because usually people who are in community with trans people, especially if you go to cities, some, like, even when this trans thing start being hype, some people in cities like New York and LA and Chicago, these major cities, Atlanta, where people is like, girl, y'all tripping about this trans thing? We done had trans people all over our city forever. Why are y'all tripping about this? It's like another type of magnet program, but it's throughout the world, not just US. Okay, gotcha. Baccalaureate. It'll give you wrinkles. Baccalaureate. That looks like laureate. Baccalaureate. Anyway. So I just feel like being in proximity to us is important, and there's a lot of people with strong anti-trans opinions that are against us, that you don't even know us, you don't even care about us. And another thing that I want to ask you, do you think that this obsession is actually about gender, or is it more about the fear of losing control over traditional societal rules we are taught? Like, when we think about this kind of balance, this imbalancing of power when it comes to white men, when it comes to gender, when it comes to race, when it comes to even the percentages of I know here in Texas, like we're like half and half, and it's not like that in other places where white people are losing the majority, whereas other places they're nowhere near losing the majority. But in places, specifically in the South, they're losing or have lost the majority. Baccalaureate, like I said the first time. So they're losing the majority. And so I think that this is more, I've always said that I think trans people, look, if we can push back against the system of gender, oh my God, what other systems like race can we push back up against? What all these rules and boxes about gender, like, I always say this, that I think the patriarchy is older than racism. Like, because we're America and our history with race, we're obsessed with racism, the system of racism. But I feel like sexism and patriarchy, that is older. Those are systems that are older. So to be a trans person and totally buck up against what we were assigned at birth, I think that's a deeper gash. We're cutting to a deeper gash in the cultural zeitgeist around these systems. So for me to come out the womb one way and say, I'm not even going to fuck with that and go a whole other way, I think that is even deeper. Like, I think that when it comes to dismantling systems, that cuts to the core of a lot of the hegemonic rules that we have been susceptible to in our culture. I think it's deeper than just gender. Hey Java, how are you? Good to see you too. Welcome. If you are listening, it is 61 people in here and only 37 people have thumbs up. That's like a little over half. It is free. You can just hit the thumbs up button if you are enjoying the conversation. What's tea? It don't cost you nothing. All right. Let me see if I have. Okay, I know another question that I wanted to ask y'all. What is the line between? Okay, well, and remember the context of this conversation is people obsession with whether or not somebody is trans or not. That's the context. So, what is the line between innocent curiosity and invasive surveillance? How do we consciously cross that? How do we unconsciously cross that line? What do y'all think is the difference between somebody just being innocently curious and just being invasive and just the surveillance of somebody's gender? Like, is there a line, or is it just all disrespectful, or is there a line because I'm talking about also our own self-reflection and how our own behavior can be kind of overly obsessed with people's identity, and in regards to that, even if we are accepting of the trans identity, sometimes that obsession with is she trans or is she not trans, and clocking T and I know T and that can, even though it may not be malicious and we may not be treating somebody bad, we might have that kind of the obsession, like, I wonder is she, or when she wonders if she's not. I remember I recently applied for United. I haven't got any rejection letter yet, y'all. Usually they send the rejection letters quick, so I haven't got one yet. So I might be still in the running. But me and my cousin, who's been a flight attendant for years, my cousin Cliff, we was talking about it, and he was talking about a couple of trans women, and how that are flight attendants at his job. And he was talking about how nobody is ever rude to them because there's tons of queer people. So it's not like the culture of the flight, the culture of the company as an airline is not accepting, because there are tons of queer people, tons of trans people, but they do have conversations on whether or not somebody if they're new, they might be questioning if they're trans or not. And is that innocent or is that negative? Like, they're not trying to be rude or treat them badly. It's just that they're just curious. I think she's trans. There is like rumors of, I think they might be, or I think they might not. Is that a negative thing? What crosses the line? That I'm asking y'all. What crosses the line? Is it just innocent? Sometimes is it just innocent curiosity, or is it just like an obsession, like a negative invasive surveillance? What do y'all think about that? Because I'm being honest. I've been in situations where I questioned if somebody was trans or not. In not just questioned it, I was so curious on figuring it out. I remember in my younger years being in a situation where I'm like, are they trans or are they not? I think it's just disrespectful. They always try to put the label on a TS woman. I would keep explaining myself to people. It's annoying. I wouldn't keep explaining myself to people. It's annoying. I think it's natural. I can't resist it. People are curious. I think it's a human nature. It's what people do. It's what people do with that curiosity. Yes, Aries. I think that's when it's not the natural curiosity. I think it is what you do with that curiosity. Yes. And I think that for me, sometimes because I'm trans, I don't think what I do ever do, I'm never doing something that's going to harm people, but I do think sometimes I don't know when somebody might find it disrespectful. Let me give you an example. So there is one of my favorite people here in Texas. She's an activist and she's out of Austin. God, what is her name? Shit. I always mispronounce it. Is it Anise Milburn? I can't remember how to pronounce her name, but she's one of my favorite people in the activist space here in Texas. And she works for Tint. And I saw her when I worked at Bath and Body Works years ago, and she came into the store, and I can tell she was kind of nervous. I can tell that she was early in her transition, and I don't know. I wanted to make her feel comfortable. And so there's this line where I don't want you to be subconscious about being clocky. And so I don't want to come up and be like, I know you're trans. Hey, girl. But like, it's something about it that I feel I felt uncomfortable with. But my obsession with wanting to make her feel uncomfortable made me kind of ignore that and go up to her and talk to her and make her and clock my own tea. And I gave her a card of mine and asked her to kind of tune into my YouTube channel. And so, and I've talked to her since then, and she was like, it was a moment where I was like, oh my God, I met somebody trans, and she, you get what I'm saying? It was a moment, but I remember being young and I would be not offended, but like, oh my God, it would do something to me when somebody would clock me in public. Even if they were nice, I would go home and be like, damn, do I look like a man? And so I don't know. That's my own experience where I'm like, ooh, like, what do I do in this situation? I want you to be comfortable, but I don't want to give you self-consciousness about your look either, because I remember it would do that to me. So I don't know. It was that those are my moments where I'm never going to be being mean to nobody ever in regards to that. But I do have a moment where I'm like, I don't know if I'm moving right in this situation, especially when I'm also the person that would be like, it's none of your business. Just leave it alone. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? When I'm talking to a cis person, I'm like, it's none of your business. Why do you care so much? Just go on. I'm easy. It's easy for me to do that instead of, but when I self-reflect on my own obsession with gender identity, I give myself grace. Whereas if it's a cis person, no, mind your business. Mind your fucking business. Which can have a level of hypocrisy, but that just be being real. I don't think me as a trans person holds the same power and nuance as a cis person. So I'm gonna judge it differently. Bitch, you a cis person, girl. You don't know. Go sit your ass down. I know me, I'm gonna come in with a certain level of understanding. So I'm gonna give a trans person and how they move a little bit more grace. Sorry. Tony says, especially once you are in the community, you peep the difference and make a note of it. Definitely, it's about what you do with it. I think some of this goes back to the idea of people wanting to believe that they can always clock. I think it can be different if you are a part of the particular community. Absolutely. I do also hate that when people love, baby, I could tell by your elbows that you were trans. I could tell by how your earlobes detached from your jaw that you was trans. I could tell by how your knees popped when you were walking. They gonna make some of the most arbitrary bullshit reasons that you, bitch, shut the fuck up. You didn't know shit. Shut the fuck up. I can tell because of this. I can tell. Girl, get out of here. When I literally have seen you seen trans people who I know have trans. Or when I'm in a space where somebody hasn't clocked me yet, or my T isn't exposed, and I can tell by your eyelids. Yeah, your eyelids shape was some dumb ass shit. Get the fuck out of here. They will have all kinds of shit. I done heard some of the crazy shit. I can tell how you were peeing in the bathroom. The stream of your pee. All kinds of stuff. I've heard some of the most ridiculous things of why somebody clocked somebody. Girl, get out of here. Why, how they can always tell. And I've heard somebody tell me and don't know my T yet of how they can always tell. Mm-hmm, sure. Yeah. Uh-huh. So yes, I totally understand, Devin, in regards to that. Your approach to go, okay, something you want to know if the person is fam. Yeah, sometimes you do want to know if they're fam or not. If they are a safe space. I remember this girl in college, I talked about this before, where in college there was this girl who, I told y'all at Jackson State, there was a period, like a month, where the rumor of me succeeded me. So there was a rumor that there was a trans person on campus, but because I wasn't all over the place all the time, they hadn't figured out that I was the trans person because I was passable. So I remember sitting on a bench and these cisgender girls were talking about the trans person that lives in the dorm and how they hadn't met and they hadn't seen them and and I'm literally the person sitting right next to them and they didn't know I was trans. But I also was in a situation where there was this girl who I even thought she was trans. So when they were hearing the rumor of a trans person, they thought it was her that they were talking about. But she was cisgender. She wasn't trans. But I looked at her and I thought she was trans because everything about her screamed trans. Like, it was like, oh my God. Like, she didn't have big hips. You know, not go back to what I said about not falling into the stereotypical idea of femininity. She had broad shoulders. She had small hips. She was built like Gina from Martin. You know how Gina really ain't got no hips. It was not hip. Like, she kind of built like a boy. Broad shoulders, small hips, and she was super lean. So it wasn't like she was even soft. She was kind of like hard and toned a little bit because she was athletic in that kind of way. And her makeup was real wrong. Like, it was real ashy. And, you know, there's also a time when we didn't have a wide range of color makeup that kind of fit Black women's color, especially if they were of a darker shade. And so her tone was kind of, the shade that she used to use of makeup was crazy. She also used to align her lips with that black shit and then put the little, you know, that little frost colored lip. This was when frost colored lipsticks was popular at the time. Remember, this early 2000. This is the year 2000. So frost colored lips was popular, and she would line her lips, and it just gave me a trans woman that didn't know how to use her makeup. Like, it was to me. If I bet on her being trans, I would have lost, but I would have bet that she was trans. But she wasn't. This is the only thing that made me question whether for sure, to make me not for sure that she was trans. She had a boyfriend on campus, and how he treated her publicly let me know that can't be a trans woman. He was too public with his love with her. They be kissing in the mouth. They be in public doing all kinds of stuff that if she was trans, he would not be doing this. And I hadn't experienced no open relationship like that in young people. I just knew that it was not that can't be a trans woman. In my brain, I was like, no, he treating her too respectfully. But I did think she was trans, and other people thought she was trans. But once they started putting my face with the name. Then they started. It took about a month for them to be like, no, that's the one. That's the trans one. Because they put me in the boys' dorm. So people started to try to point me out, and then it got spread that, oh, that's the trans girl, not her. But at one point, they thought it was her. I thought she was a trans one too. Yeah. Alrighty. Where we at? Okay. All right. Another thing that I want to talk about is another aspect of the obsession with whether or not people are trans or people are not is the detransition and the regret narrative frame that the right wing love to have. So mainstream news, like outlets, particularly right leaning, they love, and especially all the political commentaries on that side, they love to outsize and give tons of airtime to detransitioning stories, framing them as like this cautionary tale of look at what could happen with this mistake, and if it's a mistake, and especially when we talk about kids and when we talk about these are people they regretted. They love to give them more airtime than actually is commiserate to the reality of our situation. And so, yeah, so when we talk about the media sensationalization of the teeny percentage of people who choose to stop or alter their transition, even though they love to give that the limelight, but the reality that they're totally ignoring is that there is an overwhelming majority of trans people who choose to who are living their life peacefully after transitioning. They're living peaceful, mundane lives, happy. And so this obsession with the idea of this, ooh, you could be making a mistake. While it's not saying that it doesn't exist, I'm not saying that somebody didn't do a U-turn or wasn't influenced and but the number of people, first of all, our numbers in general in the human population, people say throw out 1%, but 1% includes trans men. So trans women particularly is like 5%. If we half in that, we are such a small part of community in regards to that, but also like 1% of that small community detransition. So giving them more limelight is an intentional gaslighty kind of situation. Most of us are living, if you leave us alone and don't discriminate against us and don't bring these systems into play against our happiness, we usually continue to live our lives and be good and be straight. Our transition actually helps us regulate all that bushes and be great. Do you think transitioners were really trans? I think some are, and then some. This is what I think. I think that some are really trans, but they can't deal with the oppression that comes with being trans, so they back up. It's like, ooh, this is kind of hot. Let me back up. I would be comfortable if the systems weren't so harmful in my particular life. But I also think, so that's one sector of detransitioners, but I also think that certain people, they are trans because of circumstance, not because it's innately in them. I have seen and experienced trans people who I just so happen to be pretty as a girl, way more prettier as a girl than as a boy. And when I got up in drag for the first time, I got this is my story with she was my friend when I was younger. We kind of became enemies as when I got older. My friend Strabella, when she got older, we had deep conversations about When I was a butch queen in my younger years, I didn't get any attention. I was a dark-skinned, kind of ugly boy that was no that the trade didn't live for, that the butch queens didn't live for. But as soon as I transitioned and I looked actually like a beautiful girl, trade started giving me attention. Butch queen started living and saying, "Yes, bitch, you are fish," and da da da. She started getting this particular attention about her presentation, and she was like, that attention was fucking addictive. And so while I may not have, now that I'm older and I done got titties and I done got pumped and I started living a life, I'm starting to regret it. I wish that I wouldn't have did this. And so I think she's one of the people that may not have been trans. She just, her environment said, ooh, this is how I could get attention. And so you see what I'm saying? I think that some people can be susceptible and they go down and they go down the road and then they say, man, this might not be for me. I see some people do it based on religion. Yeah. I think that Darren dude who just said, I think homosexuality is a sin, I'm not gonna marry no man. I think it could be somebody like that who may turn around and go back to being straight, or I don't know. I do know that there's a nuance of fluidity in all of that. And so I think that there's some people where it's environmental and they influenced, and some they join a house and they just so happen to look pretty, and then the house people, the house mother and father of house father wants to win trophies, and so since you're so pretty, we're gonna stunt you, get some money, and stunt you to get some implants, and stunt you to get your face work, and because we know you can win some trophies, and so yes, fish, tens across the board, Carter, and now you a girl and you really didn't want to be a girl. All because of your environment's influence. I think that's I think that could be possible, but I just don't think that is common enough for it to be this whole scary tale of the detransitioning mistake. I think that what my point is, they love to shine a light on that type of person. And I'm not saying that their story isn't powerful enough to tell, but I know that I'm not stupid enough to know your game. I know that you are disproportionately highlighting these type of stories because of your transphobia, not because you want to tell the nuanced stories about trans people. It is because you are transphobe and you want to deter actual trans people for transitioning. Or you want to solidify the idea that this is just a phase. This is just a costume, that this is not our actually truth. This is not our actual truth. Does it make sense? Let me see what y'all say. If I see the story on detransitioning people that aren't anti-trans, but the rights use them to bash the community. Exactly. And we have to be careful about the idea of neutrality. I think sometimes like that Vice, I think sometimes they love to pedestal it as we're just being neutral and telling a story, but really the people behind it put money to this so that it can be anti-trans. They gave Vice the money to do this so that it can be out there for the right wing to eat up and post somewhere. Don't be fooled by the presented as neutral. I was born male and always wanted to transition since I saw Jenny Jones and talk show. I wanted to be a girl before I even wanted to transition and knew it was possible to transition. I always wanted to be a woman from my young age. Yes, for the hater transphobe that actually claim trans women with life won't be happy. Being in the drag world, you see boys who make pretty girls go all the way with moans, silicones, and work, but we don't question that. Flame Monroe. There's a girl in Barbara on feminine destruction. She detransitioned and now has transitioned back. And then sometimes people transition to hustle. I think Shanice, Face Queen, I don't know how she in now, but I think Shanice recently was going through this whole detransition thing, but I think she was doing it to get right queen church people to donate money so she can get that silicone fixed out of her body. Because now she back to being a girl now that she done got that silicone fixed. So you just never know what motivates people to do these kind of things. Most detrans, Flazeta, however you say that, Flazeta. Most detransitioners are just trans people who's relapsed in their self-acceptance journey or making the choice to stop medical transition for safety. But they the one causing the trans women who transition are not happy for their hate and bashing trans women. Plus non-binary folks who have gotten the change they wanted from HRT, so stopped, but are still trans. Flame Monroe is pretty to you. Is that the question? Is that a question? Are you asking me, is she pretty to me? Or is that a statement? Get them, girl, just to get her silicone fixed. I live. If the church people would donate to you just to get that. We done seen this, people pretending to be MAGA, selling hats or just to get donations, just to hustle them, just to hustle their hate. We done seen that happen before. I think I have a video called The Journey of Detransition that I posted. I don't know. This is probably like more than a decade ago. Flame Monroe looks like Vanessa's puppet. You silly. I did an episode called something about the journey and detransitioning is the journey. I can't remember exactly what the name of the video was, but I talked about one of the girls had detransitioned, one of the girls, the black girls, and she was going on this kind of this like anti-trans Christian. And the problem wasn't that you detransition. My problem is once you get off the boat, leave us the fuck alone. Like, don't, just because you made the mistake and your journey is oh, I had this revelation. That don't mean all of our journey is like that, bitch. I transitioned for me. I didn't transition for attention. I didn't transition for niggas. I was getting niggas when I was a fucking boy. I didn't have to transition for men. I could get niggas as a boy. Straight niggas. I was very EJ about it. I was pulling straight niggas who identified as straight. You know, there's nuance to that conversation too. But getting men wasn't something that I had an issue with as a queer little, queer little thing. Getting men who identify with being straight, getting the masculine boys, that was not if that was my motivation, I didn't need to transition. So I never was in a situation where I was transitioning for a man. I was transitioning because of my sexuality. I wanted to be a girl before I even had sex. So get out of here. So that's not everybody's journey. So when you detransition, don't try to make your particular experience a reflection of all of ours. You went and got surgeries and titties and because you were searching for yourself. That's not what everybody's experiences is. Does it make sense? Like, you went and got these things because you were confused. Bitch, I'm not confused. You are. And it's okay for you to turn around. And I think you should be in support. But my problem is when you get off the boat, don't make it seem like we all are detransitioning because you are because you had that experience. Oh, you know, the devil had me. Bitch, the devil ain't got me. The devil had you. Don't try to put that shit on me because you got off the boat. Don't ruin. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't. And it's one of the problems that I have with Flame too. It's one of because it's like just because you a bitch who think of yourself as a man, don't put that on me. The he, she, we, and go to the bathroom and look down. If you see a dick, then you a man. And okay, Marcus Parker, that's you. Father of 3, that's you. That ain't got nothing to do with the rest of us. You out here fucking and impregnating lesbians and studs and trans men. That's your lived experience. So I can see how you still thinking of yourself as a man. That's you. You got 3 kids. You gotta take your wig off and put your suit on and be looking like a fucking weirdo with implants and a suit like they can't tell you a fucking deformed ass nigga going to see your kids. Because you got to detransition to go to your school, to go to the schoolhouse about your kids. Bitch, that's your lived experience. I see how fucking you live. That's not mine. I can understand how you think and how you thinking. Because you out here hitting studs from the back. Bitch, that ain't my experience. I can see how you stealing your masculine and still a male to yourself. That's not my experience. I ain't got nothing to do with no vagina. I ain't never had no vagina in my life. I ain't running around becoming a baby daddy of 3 to studs. That's you. So we on 2 different planes. And this is one of the reasons why, now I'm not one of these people, but this is one of the reasons why a sector of the trans community hate the umbrella of transgender. Why some of us like the idea, I'm a transsexual. As opposed, I'm not just a transgender, because I understand the umbrella of that. And some people don't like to be lumped in with the non-binary trans people and the flame Monroes of the da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I understand it. Now, I think that they just transphobic too, but sometimes. But I understand why they have a problem with people being lumped in the same thing. Get it? Them fucking uncle hats that she be wearing out of drag. Girl, like we can't see that botched ass mug and them honey cocked ace deuce titties that you covering up with a blazer and big shirt. Girl, get out of here. Because you want to go to the schoolhouse and not embarrass your kids. Them kids is getting teased and wore out just because they fucking you come into that house looking like a fucking alien. Girl, get out of here. Anyway, if you are just tuning in, make sure you thumbs up. I see that there are 66 people in here. Welcome. We are talking about the obsession with the trans identity and how that shows up in our culture. And if you are new to the show, only people who can comment is people who are subscribers. So if you want to join the conversation next week, subscribe. So yeah, so I think that I'm cool with whatever they want. They don't call me no man. What did Gigi say? I have a Cuban coworker that was trans, got asylum because of transphobia, then went full MAGA detransition or grift. Sounds about Cuban to me. Sounds about Cuban to me. I'm cool with Flame. Just don't speak for all of us. Yeah. And that is what I think in the early, this is old, but when she first was coming out, it was like, I'm not one of them crazy other girls. You can have a difference of opinion without calling all the rest of us crazy because we don't think like you. Like I know tons of trans people that we have difference of opinion, but they're just saying this is how I think about myself. The other girls, that's them. But don't call us all crazy because we don't think like you. All right, so let's go to my next point. So I'm going to talk about the true crime and the deception trope. For decades, TVs, shows like Law and Order, movies like Ace Ventura, this was laid out beautifully in the documentary Disclosure. And, you know, any kind of like the true crime podcast, all that kind of stuff. They have used a trans person's identity as a shocking plot twist or a sign. Oh, balloons, yay. Or a sign of inherent deceit. I kind of want to, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, how they, watching these kind of fictional characters or how people respond to these particular stories, respond in disgust or shock to a reveal, how that kind of decades of doing that primed the public to view real life trans people as something, as hiding something or secret or disgust in that kind of way. This is, and I brought this up because I see a difference. When I was growing up, when I would tell a boy that I was trans, especially in Mississippi, in Indiana, maybe not, but especially in Mississippi, where it was not a lot of trans people, where the trans concept, it wasn't all over the TV. So, because of that, I could introduce myself as a trans person and I would be the person that was explaining it to a person. Whereas now people are exposed to propaganda, lies and shit about trans people. So they already have some preconceived lies in their mind about trans people. Whereas back in the day, because we didn't have this limelight, you actually could introduce somebody to real lived experience as a trans person, and they have a more sensitive or sympathetic idea of who you are and what you are. You get what I'm saying? Your whole scenario. And so, but now you got niggas saying, oh, if I meet a trans person, I'll kill that motherfucker. When prior to that, they wouldn't even think about it because they never heard people talking about trans people. They ain't thinking about killing you. Whereas now, that could be the first thing. Oh, I'm in this scenario and here I am. Now I can overreact to it. Where if prior to me having hearing all this negative rhetoric, I'm on threads right now with a nigga talking about you're pretending to be a woman and tricking these men, and that's why y'all die. No, I am one of the leading experts in this. And most trans women who get murdered, they are murdered by people who know their tea. It ain't people who don't know their tea. It's very, very rare there's a situation where they don't know tea. Very, very rare. Very rare. So you trying to make it seem like trans women are just out here tricking people. Most trans women I know are scary in a motherfucker. They ain't gonna even tell you no tea in person. They gonna text it to you. It's very few women who have the look and the courage, that combination, who are willing to pussy stunt. Very few people. I ain't saying, I ain't saying that it don't happen. I'm not saying that. But it's very few people that have the look and the courage to be out here doing that. So that's very rare. And it's very rare on the opposite end for a nigga to be a murderer. There's a certain type of mind that will kill somebody over that. And most niggas just gonna be like, oh, this ain't my thing, and leave. That's normal. That's the norm. It's very few people in the world who are a socio-fucking path that would just kill you about some shit. I'm talking about anything. Like, you think about those people who kill somebody because they stepped on their Air Force Ones in the club. That takes a particular type of nigga who is kind of off to kill somebody over stepping on some shoes. Does that happen? Yeah. But most niggas, they might fight you, they might push you, they might be mad. But to actually kill somebody over stepping on some Air Force Ones, that takes a particular type of crazy. You feel what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with a trans woman, trans person. It's a particular type of crazy motherfucker that will actually meet a trans person, even under deception, and actually have the guts and the mindset to actually kill a person behind that shit. That is really rare. Those two combinations, it makes that situation very rare. Seems like she want to accept it so bad, like her as a comedian, though. I don't know what you talk about. Turner who? Oh, you talk about Flame. Okay. It seems like she want to accept it so bad. I think so too. T. What my thing? I'm gonna go back to what I'm talking about, but to talk about Flame, I think that just like we see people who are using the internet as a grift, Flame is a comedian who groundbreakingly was on shows like Comic View back in the day, and it did not blow her up in the way that she thought it would. Okay, remember, Flame was, remember when she had that incident with Cheryl Underwood on Comic View? If that happened now, that would have blew up and turned her into something. But because it happened in the 90s, it was just a funny cultural moment, but it didn't open up doors for her to be on shows, for her to be on stuff. Do you see what I'm saying? She had been out here doing the comedy thing for a while, but it didn't blow her career up. She got on Comic View and it didn't do shit. Some people got on Comic View and it went on for them to be a part of movies. Do you see what I'm saying? But we weren't in a cultural trans renaissance for us where opportunities was coming our way for us to have opportunities. But boom, fast forward to the 2010s and the 2020s. Now we're in a different place when it comes to trans people, because now it's like, ooh, where are the token trans people we can give the opportunity? And bam, we got Tiffany Haddish, who is producing a special, and I'm gonna put Flame Monroe on the show because I need a token trans person because the trans thing is hot right now. And so she's a trans comedian that has been on the comedy train since the 90s. Why wouldn't I pick her? We're in the time where we're tokenizing trans people. She is like the trans version of Laverne Cox. Laverne didn't just pop up and randomly get picked to be on Orange is the New Black. Laverne had been out here trying to be an actress already for decades. That's why people was gagged that she was in her 50s. She's been out here going on auditions and being in these kind of niche movies. She played up in a movie where she was in a wheelchair and she was like in a dance waltzing kind of thing. Laverne had already been out here hitting the pavement. And so boom, when this trans renaissance happened, she has the experience. She was prepared for the opportunity. You feel what I'm saying? So it wasn't just a happenstance that she got into Orange is the New Black. She had worked hard to get into that position. And I think it's the same thing with Flame. She had been not getting opportunities for decades since the 90s. And then bam, here I go, get this opportunity. Of course, I'm an old school trans thing, drag queen, old school, old, who has this mindset, honey, very, Tu Wong Fu drag queen type of motherfucker. And so bam, I come into a space where now I can have this kind of conservative not anti-trans, but against community mindset, and I can get on the Breakfast Club, one of the biggest Black platforms in the world, and I can get my fucking numbers are going up. I'm getting opportunities to be, especially people who don't like trans people. I'm actually getting, remember, she started doing these little things. It opened up the door for her to be paid to do this stuff because she's popular now. That was the grift. So I don't think it was necessarily that she wanted acceptance. I think that, this is giving me opportunity. But once that fades, where's she at now? When the last time we heard about Flame doing something big? It's the same thing with Boosie. Absolutely. When the last time Boosie had a hit? Like, nigga, every time we hear about you is because you're responding to some trans shit. It's not because of your music. And I think people hop on the anti-trans train because it makes them go viral. When we think about, I think there's a bunch of people like that. Angela Stanton. I think, I don't think it's just a trans issue, but anything right wing. I think Candace Owens, her being the token Black person, the articulate Black person who are right wing, she checks all the boxes that they need to sell their talking points. And so that was a time. Now, I do think that is getting kind of played out. Hey, Serenity. Did you see them roast Cheryl Underwood and Kevin Hart? I didn't watch that shit. I'm not a Kevin Hart fan. I don't find Kevin Hart to be funny. And none about that is. But I keep hearing that they were making racist joke and people was kikiing about it. That's what people talk about on the internet. They were making a lot of racist jokes, Black people jokes. And I was like, that's kind of on brand for his level of comedy, if that's what you want to call it. I never found Kevin Hart to be funny. Now, I'm I've said this, but I'm a Dave Chappelle fan in regards to his comedy, even though, I'm not a fan enough to not call him out on his transphobic bullshit, but Dave Chappelle is at least funny to me. I don't find Kevin Hart to be funny at all. This whole talking about how Fantasia and Taraji kissed on Color Purple, but skipped the whole sex scene between 40-year-old Mr. and 14-year-old Celie. Yeah. But that was typical of even the critique of Color Purple when it came out in the 80s. The Black man was like, oh, y'all made him a villain, making Black men look bad. But the data shows that there's niggas like this in the world, a many. So get out of here. Anyway, let me go to my other notes. All right. Let's talk about Transvestigation. Transvestigation. So, in regards to the culture online. So there is this rise of online conspiracy culture Like when we think about on TikTok and Twitter or X, whatever, his name assigned at birth was Twitter. Now it's X. Your mama called your Twitter. I'm gonna call your Twitter. Ain't that what the cisgender people say? And YouTube, there's literally a subculture of the conspiracy theorists where people are trans investigating obviously cisgendered celebrities, claiming anyone and everyone from Keystar, anyone and everyone from Michelle Obama to various Hollywood actors who are secretly trans, based on anything from the shoulders or the length of their fingers. We talked about that earlier, where it could be some of the most random bullshit that they're investigating whether or not they are trans. Is she trans? Is she not? And I told y'all earlier, I literally ran into a dude and we were having an amazing conversation. And then I started talking about Michelle Obama. It had nothing to do with transness. And I said something about the Obamas, and I said to Michelle Obama, and he started talking about it. And at the end, he said, Michael. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, that's a man. And I say, are you joking? Like, you really think that Michelle Obama's a man? He was like, yeah, I think one of the reasons why Barack started bringing trans people into his political sphere is because he wanted to make a safer place for his wife, who used to be a man. I was like, you really believe that? You believe that a man with a transgender wife became president? A black man. You think that if there was proof or any history of Michelle Obama being a man with her 2 kids that she birthed, they would have allowed him to be the president? Like, you really believe that, bro? Of all the things that Obama had to overcome, you think that they would have let him in office with a trans woman wife? Okay. All right, baby. I'm gonna have to end this right here. You have a wonderful night in life. Have a great. He was like, damn, I spit the real to you and you didn't even, and it stops our conversation. Yeah. Yeah. I can't handle this level of stupidity. Like, I just can't. I can't. Anybody that's stupid enough to believe this level of propaganda, I can't deal with it. It is 73 people in here. Make sure you thumbs up. If you are just joining us and forgot, make sure you thumbs up. Yeah. So when we think about this fixation on people being trans, it's absurd. It's absurd. Like it when you start measuring people's collarbones to prove their gender, when you start having these fucking arbitrary things, like, look, there is anthrometrics, there is measurements, average measurements of the human body. There is I remember when I was studying, the type of body that I wanted when I was young in my transition, and I looked up different things of how what was the average measurements? Like, what's the average measurements between the waist and hip ratio? So when we think about, 36, 24, 36, and that those numbers, I remember, I like big butts and I can't not lie. There was a line in that song where they were talking about, they gave the measurements, and I remember looking it up, like, what is the average in a average female body? What is the average ratio between the hips, the waist and the hips? And so average, there is numbers. They're called anthrometrics. The average women, whatever your waist is, add 10 to 12 inches. And if you fall in that, now this doesn't mean that people don't fall out of it, but average, whatever your waist is, your hips are 10 to 12 inches from that number. So if your waist is a 30, your hips usually are going to be a 40 or 42. That was the average at the time that I looked it up. So now, are there some people who go above that? Yes. Are there some people who go below that? Yes. But average body measurements, you usually are like 10 to 12 inches. Your hips are 10 to 12 inches above whatever your waist is. So when I was building my body with surgeries, I wanted to make sure that my waist to hip ratio was within that range. So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to make sure that everything was in that range. And so I didn't want to be over. I didn't want to be over. And that is what I did. There is some average. There's some things when we think about FFS, when we think about how facial feminization works, there is a range of, we talked about this on another live, where brow bone and jawline, and there are some unique differences that testosterone changes during puberty, like even your vocal cords. One of the reasons why men get deeper voices is because the calcium builds up around the vocal cords and make the vocal cords thicker. And so because of that, how that works, is it calcium? I think that's what it is. I can't remember exactly what but it makes the vocal cords thicker. And that's what makes the voice deeper. So because of that, those are different things. So somebody might have to get surgery to tighten the vocal cords, and you might have to get your brow bone shaved down. There are things that are unique, but there are some people who naturally fall outside of these averages. Yes. On average, are females shorter than males? Yes, on average. But there are some females that are taller naturally. Are there some males that are shorter? Yes, there are some males that are 5'2", naturally. But on average, boys are taller than girls. On average, girls have a growth spurt earlier than boys. So sometimes in the younger years, girls are taller than boys. And then once puberty hit, the boys shoot up. This is averages. This doesn't mean that there aren't people that fall between those things. Got it? So when we think about this kind of stuff, you can't just judge somebody's identity based on these kind of arbitrary lines, because everybody is not going to fit in these lines. Everybody is not going to be the perfect specimen of the hyper feminine form or the hyper masculine form. You're just not. Cisgender or trans. There's going to be some cisgender people that fall outside of those averages. And if we start investigating every single person that falls out of those averages, what you're going to learn is that everybody, there's some spectrum. There's some nuance. Everybody ain't going to be the perfect woman in regards to their form. Everybody ain't gonna be the perfect man in regards to their form. You're gonna have some boys that just look naturally like a woman. When we think about she was just on T.S. Madison Outlaw, Alonzo Arnold. Alonzo Arnold looks like a girl just naturally without any work done. They have now they done got, you know, some BBLs and just different stuff. But even before that, Alonzo looked like a damn girl without anything. Without anything going on, without any surgery. They already look like just a pretty girl. And so, and then there's some cis women that you look at them and they just look like niggas. It reminds me of the flaw of the average. When many measurements are involved, almost nobody is average, all of them all at once. Exactly. And I think when I was younger, we would talk about that as trans, as something that would get people clocked. It's not that, you get what I'm saying? It's the when we would talk about it when we were younger, it was like, it's not that what gets you clocked is you got the combination of all the trans stuff. If you got big hands and you tall and a deep voice and big feet and wide back, if you got all of that, bitch, it's gonna clock you. But what makes you a little bit more passable is if you don't have all of that. You can have a big back, but you're short. Or you got a light voice. It's when you have all the trans things, it's going to immediately make people question you. We were talking about, because most people don't have all the average things. We talked about that a lot when I was younger. And you know, some of us don't. One of the funny bits, and some of us, not Sasquatch feet. And I think that even us, we kind of, we talk about self-reflection. Some of the stuff that we talk about can kind of perpetuate this idea. Because I love her. She's one of my favorite trans people in the world. Stephanie York. She is one of those ballroom icons. She walks usually like runway label. She always got labels. Recently, she had a video. She's selling some of her designer shoes. She was like, "Sweetie, you can't buy no shoes from me. I'm a size 9, baby. So don't come over her with all the motherfucker size 15. I'm Cinderella, bitch. I'm not Cinderfella." Bitch, I was cracking up. She was like, "Don't come over here with your big ass feet thinking you're gonna buy some of my shoes. I'm a size 9, darling." I'm not a fucking 15, which was fucking hilarious. Is it messy? Is it a key? Yes, absolutely. But I think that's one of the things where, you know, it's kind of embedded in us to be shady in that kind of way. But it was hilarious to me. I was cracking up. But the gag is, yeah, you a size 9, but a size 9 ain't a small foot in regards to women. In regards to cisgender women and the average of women, that's not a small 9, ain't a small foot, bitch. That's still big. A small foot is gonna be like a 5, a 6. Size 9 is still a big ass foot compared to cisgender women and the average. But it's a key because shit, at least I can find a 9 in the store. You can't find a 15 nowhere. But yeah, I think this is where we also are complacent in the idea of this kind of overly analyzing these averages. So I guess some of these in my notes, I asked some of these questions. I say, why do you think in the scenario of these kind of situations where we are questioning celebrities, I'm an 8.5 myself, and I'm cis. Yeah, when I grew up, my Aunt Jo, she was a size 11, and she, cis woman. I also have cis women in my family that got deep ass voices too. So deep voice women and Bigfoot. I come from Bigfoot, deep voice Mississippi women. So all that kind of stuff. I was literally in the same. My Aunt Georgia, she wore a size 10 and I wore a size 9-10. When I was skinny, now I wear a size 11. But when I was skinny, I was like a 9-10. My foot I could fit her shoes, and she was shorter than me. She was like 5'6", 5'5", 5'6", somewhere around there. But she wore bigger shoes than I did. She wore my size shoes, and I was taller than her. My Aunt Jo had bigger feet than I did. She was a size 11 when I was a 9-10. Yeah, my mom like 5'2", so she was 5'2", and her feet was like a 7. Yeah, I think her shoes was like a 7. I know women 5'3" with size 10 shoes. Ooh, a hobbit. Ooh, I know they look like clowns. With them, ooh, being short and some big old feet is giving honey Frodo. Stomping through the Shire, bitch. Not good swimmers. Baby. That is funny. Tamar talks about having big feet. She says she's wearing 11, 12. Yes, honey, baby. Ooh. Men's 10.5. I'm a 12 in women's. They don't look like they have big feet, though. They don't look like they have big feet. Baby, if you 5'3" and you got a size 10, 11 shoe, baby, I'm looking at them. I'm gonna be like, ooh, them look like some mud stompers, baby. That's a drastic difference to me. 5'3" and 10. Ooh. Them is giving. That's a big difference. I would notice that. It's giving Barnum and Bailey. Just slapping the ground. Boom, boom, boom. God's property, baby. Make me wanna stomp. It's giving God's property, honey. Yeah, but what's always funny is how do you think people, not do I think, I know that's what it is. Why do you think people feel like they're entitled to people's medical history or even their, like, because I've been in situations where people will come up and ask me, of course they're clocking me, but will come up and ask me about my tea, and they really feel like they're entitled to me giving them a response. Now, of course, if your response, it puts you in a kind of precarious situation, because if your response is why I'm not answering that kind of answers the question. So of course, as I grow up, I'm always gonna say, I'm a woman, sweetie. What are you talking about? I'm a woman. No, I'm a woman. Or you get what I'm saying? It puts you in a situation where should I be proud and trans, or should I be like, you don't know what the fuck I am? I'm a woman. You get what I'm saying? There's so many ways that you can answer that. I go with anytime. If I don't know you, I'll be like, I'm a woman. I don't really give, because bitch got in my face. You don't need to ask me shit. It definitely depends on the scenario, but usually I'm giving that. Because why are you asking me anything? Especially when I felt like I got to the point where I think I'm to the point where you can't be 100% for sure because most of my averages are in the average. I think my height is not average because I'm tall. I'm like 5'11". My height is not average, but my proportions are average. When you see me, yeah, it's just normal. I'm nobody. I don't think it's normal in the sense of somebody is 100% for sure that I'm trans when they see me. It's never that. So when I say I'm a woman, they be like, oh, they kind of run with it. Okay. Because you can't be 100%. I don't think I don't think I'm clocky enough for people to be 100% for sure. I'm all about lying to somebody who asks something that's not none of their business. Same. I'm gonna give you, oh baby, I have 5 kids. just to be a key. And I live to give people different answers, so now they still confused. Exactly. I love that. That's my tea. I love doing that too. Um. Oh, answer this question. What is the very first thing you feel changes in your mind when you learn someone who you didn't know was trans is trans? Why does that shift happen? Because I think that question, what changes? Like when you find out someone is trans versus transgender, what changes? Why do you need to know that? What changes in your mind when it comes to that? As a trans person, if I don't know that you're trans and I find out that you are, it makes me think of you, not saying that this is always true, but it makes me think you more as a safe place because we trans together. You know what I'm saying? It automatically is something that I'm like, oh, okay, well, we probably going to have something in common in regards to our lived experience. That doesn't mean always, but when I find out a person is trans, it immediately makes me assume that they're an ally, at least that we have some kind of something in common in regards to our journey. But I want y'all to think about your own experience. When you find out someone is trans that you did not know was trans, how does it shift in regard to your behavior? Because this is also a thing of how you know when somebody clocks your T, and people be trying to act like they're being incognito. But I'm like, I can tell when somebody knows I'm trans based on how they treat me, how they talk to me, how especially cisgender women. Cisgender women will fag you down, baby. And I'm not talking about calling you a fag, but they will act like they do with butch queens. Like they will be giving, yes, honey, fierce, and oh, Miss Honey. They're giving honey, misusing the lingo. They'll get to, do you do hair? Do you do makeup? Do you watch Drag Race? Whatever the stereotypical shit they think of about butch queens too. They will start acting like that. And they can't help it because they think that, let me make you know that I'm an ally, so I need to use the language and I need to be nice to you and I need to be cool with you and I need you to know that I'm a safe place. So did you watch Pose? Yes. They're going to start doing all of this stuff. Instead of treating you like a cis woman, they start treating you like a butch queen. and they're doing it. And sometimes it's not malicious. Sometimes it's, I'm trying to let you know that I'm down with the stuff. And in cisgender women that are listening, it is very similar. I'm not saying it's exact same, but there's parallels. It is very similar because this happens with them too. When you meet a white girl, remember, you meet a white girl and she start using black slang or started acting the way she assumed black girl, so you know that she's not a racist. I know you've met white women like that who, when you meet them, they get to, oh, honey, I know, girlfriend. They get to acting like whatever the caricature of black girl is, so you can know, oh, I'm not one of those kind of white people that's racist and don't like black people. I'm down, homegirl. Excessive neck rolling. Yes, they will get to doing all that. It is exactly like that. Whatever the stereotype, they will get to acting like that and get to acting all fucking weird and what they think the black girls do. And yeah, honey. Or they get to talking about BBC. I love black men and whatever. The white girls do it all the time. When they want you to, they want you to think that they are a safe, non-racist, woke black person. I mean, white person. They will start acting like that. The cisgender girls do the same thing with us. Where they will start to, whatever the stereotype of a trans woman is. Oh, your body is better than mine. Oh my God. Your hair is laid better than mine. You do your makeup better than mine. Your mug is better than mine. As if the assumption is it shouldn't be. The assumption that it shouldn't be. I'm the real woman, so of course you shouldn't be better than me. But oh my God, your body is better than mine. You got more hips than me. It used to be the asymmetrical bob. Shit, it still is, kinda. I be looking at them like, girl, I'm not hard to look better than you. Then if we say that, they'd be thinking of us like EJ. I don't even give them, I look at them strange. Like when they get to giving me all of that, I just look at them like whatever they're doing is weird. I'd be like, oh, okay. And sometimes it's not malicious, it's just that they're being weird. Now it's lace fronts or baby hairs. It might not be lace fronts, but it'll be baby hairs. They'll get to swirling their baby hairs. They'll get to doing that fucking whatever that shit that the girls are doing. I hate baby hairs. I hate them for me. I don't hate them for other people. They can do it. I don't care. But that shit. Mm-mm. Excessive compliments instantly let me know when a cis woman knows my tea because they are not that complimentary to other women. It's very rare. It not, I don't want to say rare, but not excessive. Black women will give you all right boots, all right outfit. Like if you got a cute outfit, black women will give you that. But it's for something. There's something about a trans woman, they will overdo it. And how they do it. Especially when they start using the lingo. But I find it hard to take them seriously. I hate the better than mine comments. She's shaking ass better than me. Uh-huh. I like it when the white people does it, but do it in a way that ain't extra fake. They find a way to send the message without stereotyping. Give me the example because it always seems late to me. It always seems tired to me. I don't like when I could be able to tell that you even doing you because it's all a performative. It's still weird. Little side baby hair bang swirls. Mm-hmm. evening, y'all. Hey, Matt. Edges versus baby hairs, and sometimes it's just hair they forced to make look like they yes. So they're complimenting while taking mental notes on what to tell each other. Yeah, so that's always strange and weird. If they are happy if they're living their life happily, why does ambiguity makes onlookers feel so uncomfortable or unsafe? This is also somebody being ambiguous, androgynous to the point where you really don't know what they are. Do you feel unsafe? So somebody like, y'all remember the SNL skit Miss Pat, or not Miss Pat, they wouldn't say Pat, just Pat. And the whole premise of the joke is nobody knew what Pat was. They didn't know if it was a girl or a boy. And it was an interesting joke because it didn't feel particularly, and I think it's because of the timing of that joke on SNL. It didn't feel particularly about being trans. It felt right smack in the gender performance, how we perform gender or perceive gender. It didn't feel anti-trans, but it did feel as a critique of how it made you think about the nuance of how we perceive Pat, because Pat could easily be a boy, easily be a girl. Do you see what I'm saying? Do y'all remember that on SNL, that SNL skit? It was a reoccurring one, Pat. And so, but it did hint to the idea of people being obsessed with it and people trying to figure out Pat's gender. And so for me, I wouldn't say that it felt, I wouldn't say that it's a safety thing, because I think people are just obsessed about it, not because of safety. I don't know. I can't run with the idea that it's because it's unsafe. I can't tell, because if you can't get me to think that somebody, I think somebody, if a trans person who is androgynous comes into a women's restroom and a woman sees them androgynous, I don't think that the automatic assumption is unsafe. I do think if you come in and you're super masculine and look like a man, that they could be unsafe. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that could be something that can trigger unsafe. But if you see a person that looks like a lesbian woman that's a little bit butch, or you can't really tell, I don't think that they immediately think that I'm unsafe in this scenario. I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that actually happens. I just don't think that that's common. I watched the Sally Jesse Raphael show where the person name was Toby, who is agender, and it was a similar scenario of, what are you? I'm living the life of Pat right now. I think people just don't like not being able to easily read an androgynous person and make quick assumptions. I'm a cis woman, and it makes me feel no way, but I'm also not straight and surrounded by a queer community. I asked a person how they would like to address, and I'm a respect it. I think these girls also want to go viral more than feeling unsafe, hence they reach for their phones to record. Oh, son. That's another thing. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Let's really talk about that. You bitches don't feel unsafe, because if a nigga come into a bathroom and I'm scared, I ain't thinking about pulling out my motherfucking phone. And if I think you some big burly ass nigga that can overpower me and blah, 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 Tish is an example, that can And then I'm standing outside the bathroom waiting for you to come out so I can pull my phone. You think if I was scared of you in the bathroom, you think I ain't gonna think you gonna beat me up by me pulling out my phone? Bitch, you ain't fucking scared. You not moving like a scared person. You moving like you tough. That's not how a scared person moves. If I'm scared of a motherfucker, I ain't gonna be trying to get in their face and argue and fight and not fight, but be all tough guy. You ain't moving like you scared, ho. You ain't moving like you scared. You ain't scared of these motherfuckers. You just want a moment. Because if you were scared, you would back the fuck up. Y'all in people's face, looking under the stall, doing all kinds of wild ass shit, banging on the door. You the one being aggressive. You the one being aggressive to people. You the one that they should be scared of. You're doing the most. You are not moving like a scared person. If you're just now joining us, make sure you thumbs up. You are the person. You're not moving like a scared person. That's not something that in my brain that reads as scary. You're not moving scared. They want to be the next Fox News pundit. Yes, I see that all the time. They just haters and transphobe. I think it's often people trying to assess what type of social power they have in the interactions. So ambiguity causes people to question where they are positioned in this power structure. Come on, Aries. Amen. I have a friend who is naturally super androgynous, born a cis man. I've never seen a woman or girl be weary of him. I've seen him easily go in and out of women's bathroom after doing his business. Amen. Who wants to interact with a stranger in a public bathroom where people piss? That also is another thing too. I remember the incident that I had in college. I told this story before, but that was the strangest part to me is that I had been going to this bathroom for the first 3 years of my college matriculation. And so this was such a surprise to me that this woman called the school security on me because this is where I go to study. This is the computer lab that I use for the last 3 years. I'm typing my papers and going to the bathroom in this building. It's the business building. So this is where me and my homegirls would go. And so it never was an issue ever. And so when I went in the bathroom with her, I literally just walked in, went to the stall. She was at the sink washing her hands, and she went back to her prospective desk. And we didn't even speak to each other. We might have said, I don't even remember speaking to her, but I really just went in there, used the bathroom, and went back out. We didn't even speak to each other, and she was washing her hands, and she went out, and she called the fucking police. And I was like, bitch, I went in there it's not like I was using the stall with you or knocked on the stall. It just felt so strange. Like we didn't even engage with each other. I wasn't hanging out, talking all loud, and I wasn't doing nothing that would feel to me as dangerous. It felt fucking weird. I didn't understand it at all. I always say that. Why are you following somebody that you're scared of? Yeah, it feels like you are the aggressor. You can't be the scared person running around following and going, knocking on the stall, and they're trying to walk off, and it just feels like, are y'all gaslighting me? Like, y'all can't see that this is the aggressor? I'm not understanding why you claim that you're scared and this is about safety, but you're following and recording and blah, 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 blah. You're the harasser. This person is clearly kind of trying to get away from you and not trying to be embarrassed. It's clear. You are the aggressor. But I think this whole tokenizing and this, especially that Trish situation, I'm like, sweetie, you look like a man. You look like somebody could question their gender too. That was the gag about the Trish situation. But anyway, I'm like, girl, what? But they know they're going to get there. On the internet, it can be a cute moment of 15 minutes of fame because it's going viral, blah, blah, blah. Especially since it's a clocky white girl. Especially if it's a clocky white girl. It's like, ooh, you got the privilege of being used to be a white male. So the hate for that at the intersection of the hate for trans women. And so how it shows up, and I'm not saying the hate for white male in the sense of they don't have no privilege. I'm saying that you are a white male that comes with privilege and we know it exists. And now you're trying to be a woman. And now that whole thing, we call that out all the time with Caitlyn Jenner. And we know how that comes up. And especially if you're an older trans woman that transition later. We know you come from privilege and the conditioning that comes with moving through the world as a white man. And y'all can be real, take up a lot of space. And so you intersect that with the transphobia. And then you got this masculine black woman that was just a mix to go viral. It was just a mix to go viral. Trish would be in the same situation this newest girl was in. Absolutely. For sure. She could easily be in that same situation. Having to pull her pants down and show her pussy just to prove she a woman. If you're just joining us, it's 80 people in here. That's a lot of people. That's not my norm. My norm is like 60. Y'all really in here listening on this subject. Hey, if you new here, welcome. That's a lot of people. 80. It's usually around 60. Make sure you thumbs up. Welcome. All right. Another real world situation, and this is the last one before we open up the floor for other topics. Another real world example of trans investigation and how they can weaponize that, weaponizing defamation on a global scale. When we look at the ongoing legal battle between French President Emmanuel Macron and the First Lady, Brigitte Macron, and the right-wing podcaster Candace Owens. You know, Candace produced a whole multi-part investigative series called Becoming Brigitte, dedicated to baseless conspiracy theory that the French First Lady was born a man and transitioned. The Macrons filed a major defamation lawsuit in response to it. And Owens doubled down, demanding medical examinations and treating the First Lady's gender as a mystery to solve. And she did it for profit and clout. Like, this is what's happening on a global scale. This foolishness. Thank you. Hey, Tamil. Honey, that's what I call her, Candace. Candace Owens. So like, you literally are harassing this lady, and normally people would let it ride, but these motherfuckers are like, nah. And we can talk about that, be misogynoir. They let it ride when the white people do it, because fucking Pierce Morgan and all these other motherfuckers be adding to that bullshit too, saying shit about Michelle Obama, blah 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 blah. But Michelle Obama is a very we go high and not go low kind of situation. But honey, the Macron said, bitch, no, this Negress ain't about to get away with this. We're throwing the book at her. They ain't gonna let the Negress slide. Excuse me. They ain't gonna let the Negress slide, baby. So, so they sued her ass. So this is an example that lets you know that what's happening here in America, as far as the transphobia, we export this shit. This right wing conservative shit. We export this shit to other people because Americans are tastemakers. They like to act like we not. They like to act like they hate us, and they probably hate us, but they love our culture. They love, they love hip hop. They love black folks. They love the culture around that. We are tastemakers in the world, even though they love to not give us that credit and hate us. But this is an example of how the geopolitical scale that American politics can kind of export. We can export that out to other people that hate, and this is an example of how that export of transphobia is affecting people outside of our country. Because why the fuck are you even creating a documentary about France? You are a token coon grifter of American politics. Why are you talking about that lady's tea? And it ain't even no tea. Why are you trying to make her be a trans woman? What's the point in that? Because it is a grift. That trans conspiracy, trans investigation, that can make them money. And these fucking QAnon groupers, all that shit, people want to kind of hold on to. People want to hold on to that bullshit. And so for me, I feel like, what do y'all think when we have created a world on the internet where people are willing to risk their credibility, even risk a massive international lawsuit like this just to prove that a world leader's wife is trans? What does that tell us about the financial and political incentives behind the obsession of trans people? Why is the accusation of a powerful cisgender woman being trans, why has that become an ultimate tool of global humiliation and even like political warfare? Like, why is the trans identity being weaponized even on cis women? Deeper than just it being transphobia. What does it say about our culture where we have, I feel like that's a critique of capitalism, but why have we even made this even something to be monetizable? Why is this a political incentive to people? This shouldn't even be that fucking deep. Mother Electra says, put the energy towards a shoddy healthcare system or unethical business practices. Yes. It's still ongoing. They still figured it out. Mind you, she is pretending to be pro-Palestine and baiting Erica Kurt to pay for the lawsuit the conspiracy caused. Kundis is an oily snake. Mm-hmm. 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 So, my last little questions about this particular subject. Because you remember I wanted to talk about, self-reflection. It's easy for us to look at other people and what they do, but how are we looking at, how are we perpetuating some of these things within our own community? Since you got your degree, with all that horrible things going on in the world, people want us to have trans identity as a way to discredit or criminalize. Wandering Friend Zone says, I just wonder if the real story is that the French First Lady said Kunda's husband was ugly or something. Maybe. Trump worried about TS women, but he's smooching Bubba and talking about his friends Arnold Palmer. Golf buddy, yeah. Maybe if y'all focused on how y'all harming young girls, since y'all care about the kids, y'all said y'all care about the kids. That's why y'all stopping with Scrimeti and stopping trans health care for the kids. Y'all care about the kids, but y'all not caring about the kids being molested. Y'all not caring about the kids being forced to have their molester's baby when they get pregnant at 12 and 10. Y'all care about the kids, but y'all not. What about those scenarios that we actually see? Why are y'all not caring about the kids in that situation? In these situations that is harming people. But y'all care about the kids. But y'all don't want parents to be able to get their kids on hormones. But y'all really don't give a fuck. Y'all really don't give a fuck about kids. Y'all really don't. Y'all don't care about the kids. Y'all don't really care about the kids. If y'all cared about the kids, y'all wouldn't be forcing 10-year-olds to have babies. If y'all cared about the kids, y'all wouldn't be taking, I just talked about Oklahoma. Y'all wouldn't be taking daycares away. Y'all wouldn't be taking fun day away from. We got a fucking literacy problem that we have data that how to fix it. Like we literally have data proven on how to raise the literacy rate, and y'all not even doing that shit that you can easily do to raise the education level of people in our country. Y'all trying to make them even more stupider. Dumb. Defunding every fucking program to make our children better. Y'all do not give a fuck about kids. But all of a sudden, we need to protect the children from the left crazies making them cut off their breast and cut off their penises at 5 years old. Ain't no 5-year-old getting a sex change. You cannot get a sex change before you're 18. You got to be an adult. Even if your parents are affirming, doctors are not giving sex changes before 18. Shut your damn mouth. You're stupid. You don't give a fuck about kids. They want to create an illiterate generation so they can be the new slaves, easy to manipulate, easy to control. And another thing, listen, Black people, we've been disenfranchised from education for so long. Our children should not be illiterate. There was a time when we didn't have access to good schools at all and we were teaching our fucking kids. Now, the white people, I don't know what's going on with them. But we've been in this situation before where motherfuckers weren't trying to give us funding for our schools and our kids still excelled. Why are we not making sure our kids are literate? And don't give me no fucking excuses to look, oh, it's because we're working 2 jobs and blah, blah, blah. Our ancestors was working too. Working to the bone as sharecroppers and seamstresses and laundresses, the man and the woman in these factories working to the bone to pay bills and share the responsibility of the household, and our kids still fucking learning to read. Why the fuck aren't our kids learning to read? Ain't no fucking excuse for us, in my opinion. We've been in this situation where our schools weren't being funded, was underfunded, or or not enough schools, where we had tons of people in the classroom at this one school or this one church our kids should be fucking reading. And maybe I'm ignorant, but it to something, maybe it's a blind spot I don't see. But I just know that our people have been in circumstances where we were disenfranchised to the point and we still was excelling. What is different now? What's different? I don't know. Maybe somebody can educate me. We done been in situations where our motherfucking people were disenfranchised and we still was reading. Why is the kids not reading now? What's going on? So educate me, please, because I don't get it. So yes, library cards are free. Amen. The local and state government would even build bridges in Black neighborhoods that were too low for school buses to pass under to further hamper education in Black communities. Amen. Yeah. And we still found a way. I don't understand why we're not finding a way now. What is going on? I understand this idea being new to some of the whites, but I don't think it should be for us. I feel like we should be still excelling. But anyway, in regards to how we're looking at our own behavior and fostering accountability for ourselves, Black America is in our annihilism era. I think way more Black people have no hope for the future, and that expresses itself through how we take care of our children and value education. That's sad. Michelle Obama being called a man is one of the most infuriating things of all times. A major change is technology and the culture of literacy in adults. Explain that a little bit more to me, because it feels like we have more access to technology would give us more access to being able to read better and read more. Explain that to me, Aries. I mean, if children have smartphones and iPads, they read a lot through those devices. Like there are a lot of books online. Yeah, I'm like, it feels like it would be easily accessible. But I guess that don't having access to books don't mean that you can actually read them. Like, what is the disconnect with the learning to read? Where's the disconnect there? Like having access to the book, you could be sitting in the library and the library could be up the street. Don't mean that you can't read the books that's there. You can have access to the books. So what is the disconnect that is not having parents invested in reading, their children reading? I do think that the crack era may have impacted the early millennial generation when it comes to literacy. Do you think? I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this might be a blind spot of my education. I don't know. My assumption is I'm trying to. My mama was a crackhead. So I remember when I was growing up. She wasn't a crackhead when I was growing up, but I just remember my mama being active in making sure that I did my homework, that making sure that, I had access. I remember sitting at a kitchen table and my mother putting Essence and Ebony in front of me and I'm reading it for the just that, ooh, my baby know how to read, like, and teaching me what not my grandmother, my mom didn't get past 10th grade. It was something about the culture at the time that reading was important. I remember, I'm trying to think of different little things that made me excited about reading. I mean, we used to did they stop giving out the pizzas? We used to get Ponderosa tickets. Well, in my city, it was Ponderosa and Pizza Hut and If we made the honor roll, we would get a free family meal at Ponderosa. We had a restaurant called Ponderosa. If we made the honor roll, we would get that stuff. Is that missing? I'm old. I'm fucking 45. Maybe there's something that I don't know that's happening. They done abolish accelerated reader program. And I ain't got no kids either. So maybe there's something that parents can, like, we spend, this is another thing. Y'all spending all this fucking money on daycare. What the fuck are them people doing with your kids when you at work? This is a blind spot of mine. I ain't got no fucking kids, but I do know that daycare is high as shit. So if you paying this amount of fucking money for daycare, why they ain't teaching your fucking kids nothing? Why they not working on their homework and reading skills too? You spending all this money. What the fuck they doing with your kids other than babysitting them for all that money? They not learning nothing? The fuck? My brother got two under 10-year-olds. They're like 8 and 3. And each one of them they spend for each one like $1,500, $1,700 a month for daycare on them. That's more than my fucking rent. They sitting them in front of the iPad and TV. I'm really trying to understand. Why are we not requiring, if we're going to spend that fucking money, they need to be doing something. I'm admitting that I'm ignorant. I don't have any children. I'm ignorant. I'm saying this and expressing this frustration because I'm trying to understand why. So if you have children, some of the parents are illiterate. I don't know. Some of the boomer parents was illiterate and their children was going to college and knowing how to read. Some of the silent generation were illiterate. Some of them, and their children knew how to read. Their children went to school and matriculated. I don't think that your parents being illiterate means that your outcome is illiterate. Maybe I'm just saying. It goes back to what I said, that we have always been disenfranchised because of racism when it comes to education, and people were still excelling. And especially look at Black girls. Especially if you look at Black girls. And statistically, the younger you are, girls are outperforming. Girls are outperforming boys in regards to salary. Did y'all know that? Unlike decades past, statistically, when you get younger, I'm not talking about millennials, and when you get younger, girls are outperforming boys in salary. That has never happened. When people in their 20s, girls are out-salarying boys. That's never happened in our culture. Something is shifting. So when we talk about these systems of oppression and how misogyny works and sexism works, sometimes there's something happening with the younger generation where that's actually not true. The boys are going into these industries and the girls are wearing their ass out. And as someone who was once a little girl, I looked at boys in second grade and said, no, the gap in intelligence and focus present was and still is astounding. Their literacy levels increasing. I think that there is there's something happening that's different. And he wants to give J6ers $1.8 billion in reparations. Just the idea of these motherfuckers giving these insurrectioners any money has me livid. The fuck? You are traitors to the process. You fucking scaled the walls of the Capitol, broke windows. You motherfuckers getting money is fucking diabolical. Him not negotiating anything with the IRS about how not to investigate him. What the fuck? All of that shit is crazy. All that shit is fucking crazy to me and annoying. Okay, anyway, to close this out, questions I wanted to ask. Make sure if you're just coming in, you thumbs up. Welcome new people. Hey Zay, I knew that was you. How you been? Let me see. All right, so fostering. My note says fostering accountability. How can we as a community start interrupting the urges to guess or debate someone else's gender in casual conversation? Like, how does that show up in your life? How can we start doing that as a community to kind of nip that shit in the butt? I think these are my call to actions. Can we think about that more consistently and frequently in our everyday lives? When we start to see people being obsessed with somebody's gender or have these conversations where we are questioning gender, questioning somebody's gender, how can we start to have, and maybe not it be some kind of argument all the time, but how can we kind of interrupt that urge to be guessing or debating somebody else's gender in casual conversation? I want y'all to think about that, because I think that can that can foster accountability in ourselves. And so that would be my call to action, not just to you, but to myself as well. I think we have to interrupt that urge, and by not entertaining it, I think this goes to even like the ball scene. When we having these realness categories, why are we not bucking? I know that we needed the realness categories in the 70s and the 80s, but why are we not bucking up against that today? I think realness categories are antiquated, but I don't see anybody busting up. But we are kind of keeping it as this is our culture. But sometimes our cultures and traditions is whack. Even in the Black community, there's some shit that are problematic cultures and traditions that are fucking whack. And we got to let that shit go. How can we change? How can we move forward in a better way that does not cause harm or cause isolation? And so even in our own community as a queer people, when we think about these things, what are we doing that are dismantling these kind of problematic systems that worked for us in the past, but didn't work for us now? Even when I think about the family unit structure, and I'm not saying that this is wrong, but that never was our tea. That wasn't how we survived. We made it work. There was an equal, just as much powerful as a matriarchy in our culture that helped us survive. And we had an extensive mindset around family. We had play cousins, and it wasn't just, this is individual, our family, the mother, father, blah, blah. We had everybody that was our family and cousins and people. That's how we survived what oppression. We learned that you can come up to Chicago and run from the South and stay with somebody that's your play cousin that's not necessarily your fucking blood. And so how can we, do something, even though that was tradition, and, there could be something that you think is the tradition, of the man, the woman, and the family unit. That's not our shit. We couldn't survive off of that. That's some colonial bullshit. And so some shit that we thought is traditional, and I done talked about this before. Black niggas didn't make no fucking money to be the sole breadwinner. Was there some? Yes. But that wasn't the norm. They had to, that's why black women worked. That's why the feminist movement was birthed from us. Y'all want to give it to the white women like fucking ignorant dummies. Because we was out in the factories. We was out in the fields. We was working alongside the niggas, and they was trying to pay us less. Because we was women. And so we had to combine our money to just survive with the man. It was never the men. We don't see that kind of dynamic kind of shift until later. But the ideal that they wanted, black men wanted to be in a position like white men where they can just take care of their woman and da-da-da-da-da. Did some of them were blessed to get to that position later on in the years, in the 80s, in the 70s, and in the 90s? Yes. That was the ideal, but that was a white ideal. That wasn't us. That wasn't from us. Anyway, so yes, but sometimes traditions we got to throw that shit away. And so I see that in the ball scene. There's some shit that's problematic, and we got to buck up against that system. But anyway, how are we as a community starting to interrupt that urge to guess people's gender? We shouldn't be just letting that shit slide. We should be checking motherfuckers. Say that's none of your fucking business, and it ain't that fucking serious. Why are we even doing that? What do we lose? Another question. What do we lose as a society when we spend more time policing how people look instead of focus on how we treat each other? And we talk about self-reflection. I'm talking about inner community shit. We know the motherfuckers on the right. They don't give a fuck about us. We could die. But I'm talking about inner community shit. We know there's a privilege of pretty and passable. That's rooted in colorism, that's rooted in class, that's rooted in so many things. We treat trans men who pass better than the ones who don't. We treat trans women who pass better. Inner community. I ain't talking about them other motherfuckers. I'm talking about us. I was thinking about this while I was sitting at the event that we went to this past week at the Building Trans Power. There was a lot of passable motherfuckers on the stage in comparison to not. There was a lot of people. I'm like, she wouldn't be here if she wasn't that pretty. If she wouldn't be on this stage if you weren't sickening like you are. We would be treating you, we wouldn't be celebrating you if you was a brick. And that's, I think I'm included in that. I think many, many people are included in that. Name me a trans celebrity that isn't on some level pretty. Stereotypically pretty. Name me a trans woman celebrity that isn't, I ain't talking about super, super crockable, because there's a difference between being passable and being pretty. You can be ugly and passable. But I can't think of one that isn't at the top of her game, that isn't like a celebrity, that ain't got some level of pretty. Even if they're clockable, they still pretty. We don't give bricks. We don't platform bricks. Clock that T. Clock that T. We don't platform bricks. We actually, there's a certain level of shame that bricks bring to us. We be like, ooh, they picked the hardest bitch to put the mic in front of her mouth. Ooh, she gonna make us all look bad. Ooh, shit. There's a certain level of shame that comes when somebody who doesn't fit the standard, the gender lady, I don't find her voice is a source of contention, but I don't think Caitlyn Jenner look is. I think her voice is something that kind of people will be like, oh, why she sound like that? But she didn't have all the surgeries that she didn't have, and she's old. But I don't think Caitlyn looks bad. She's an, old. She looks old, but she done got all the surgeries that we all get. Now her voice is but even that, you know what I'm saying? She's rich and she platformed herself. I think what do you mean by she platformed herself? What does that mean? Explain that. I don't think she platformed herself. Explain that part, Ray. I think she counts. I don't think Caitlyn is ugly. I don't think ugly in the sense of she has everything done. She's white. I don't consider her passable. I don't think Caitlyn Jenner is passable, but I'm talking about somebody. I don't think her look is unattractive or falls so out of the line that I feel like Caitlyn Jenner looks like fucking Janice Dickinson. If I'm to be honest. And Janice Dickinson used to be a model. She looked like an old ass model now. Is she aging well? No. But she looks like Janice Dickinson. She ain't ugly. She regular white. Is she aging bad? Sure, but she in her fucking 70s. And she white. I mean, how many 70-something-year-old white women look great? That's aging good. But I'm talking about her, I don't think she doesn't fit that thing. I think Caitlyn looks a mess, but when you say look a mess, is it because she looks old? I don't think you can kind of look a mess being that rich. Her hair looks good. She's wrinkly because she's white, but she looks like Janice Dickinson. And that's not ugly. It's old white, but it ain't ugly. It's not, she looks like an old white woman. I still think she fits what I'm saying. She reminds me of wrinkled labia. What old cisgender white woman don't remind you of a wrinkled labia? They all don't age. That's a stereotype of them. They don't age like that. But her claim to fame hasn't been because she's trans. Yes, her claim to fame, she didn't start off. We know Caitlyn's story. I think what makes Caitlyn is her history and the juxtaposition of that. This is a top tier athlete, decathlon winner in the Olympics. This is what men dream to be. Top level, high masculine athlete. And then you go be a Kardashian? That juxtaposition, that sensational juxtaposition is what her current, I think what made her current thing blow up. The timing, who she was, I think all of that plays a part. Plays a part into who she is in regards to her fame. Janice Dickinson doesn't look like Janet Dickinson. I think she does. She just looked like an old, badly aging Janet Dickinson. I can tell when I look at Janet Dickinson, while she is not aging well, I can tell that when she was younger, she was a bad bitch. I can still see prettiness in her. I can still see prettiness in how she looks. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you old and wrinkly, bitch, but it's kind of like when I look at Brooke Shields. I remember how stunningly beautiful Brooke Shields was when she was on Blue Lagoon and young and beautiful. I can still look at Brooke Shields now and see that beauty. I can tell that you used to be sickening when you was younger. You just old and wrinkly now. And I can tell if Bruce transitioned when they were young, they would have been your typical pretty white trans woman. They wouldn't have been different. The big jokes on Bruce was how he looked like a woman before folks knew. He had worked back in the 80s. I think we as a collective can't get past her as Bruce because it's kind of came out of nowhere for us. It feels like she cheated, and I'm not sure if that's a bad thing. When you say cheated, what does that mean? Cheated what? It feels like she cheated. Cheated to do, huh? Cheated what? What does that mean? Cheated to get fame? Is that what you mean? I don't see how people could think that. This was a Olympian. She already had fame. One of the reasons why Caitlyn Jenner married her and they started to make money using her revitalizing her platform as Bruce. Caitlyn, Janice, and Cindy Crawford now. Now you stretching it with Cindy. Cindy looks sickening. But I can see Cindy and be like, oh, you getting older, but I knew I can tell you was sickening back in the day. But I don't think that Cindy is aging as bad as them. I don't think Cindy is aging as bad as them. I thought she was also known as being not fully male or masculine. Her wives admitted that openly. I think behind the scenes, a lot of them admitted that this didn't come out the blue for them. This came out the blue to the public because, you know, she was Bruce at the time and they didn't want to ruin that money. Cindy still got it. Yeah, Cindy still look good. I think that's a difference. Cindy is giving, Chrissy Turlington. Like I've been seeing Chrissy Turlington do stuff, and I'm starting to see the lines and the wrinkle on Christy, but she's still sickening. They don't look like their younger selves. But even this conversation we're having, there's some misogyny in this because we don't examine men like this when it comes to aging, and we don't examine men like this in the way we do women. It just, it feels icky even talking about it. I think they mean she reaps all the benefits of white manhood and then crossed over and started benefiting being the Kardashian clan. Is that what they mean by cheated? Rich white man turned white woman who uses that to get all the accolades to include Woman of the Year because of the Kardashian platform. I don't think that that's true, though. Not in that particular case of the Woman of the Year. I think, yes, I do think that we feel some kind of way about a rich man turning into a white woman and blah, blah, blah. But I think the Woman of the Year, first of all, this is the thing about that situation. There wasn't just one Woman of the Year. The glamour people, it wasn't just one. It's multiple people who win that award in that same year. So she wasn't the only woman who won Woman of the Year. She was in that sports category because she's fucking Bruce Jenner and she's transitioning in a time where we looking for token trans people. Do you see what I'm saying? So just the fact that you are an Olympian, that is gonna make you. It ain't about you being. If she never was a part of Kardashian, Bruce Jenner being transitioning to be Caitlyn, even if she wasn't connected to Kardashian at all, would have been a sensational topic. We're talking about an Olympian transitioning. That alone would have been crazy. By itself. We're talking about Bruce, and maybe because I'm a millennial and lived through Bruce Jenner being on the Wheatie box, Bruce Jenner being this thing when I was growing up. If you didn't live through that, you didn't understand, but Bruce was a thing when I was growing up. He won in the 70s and he still was coming on Sesame Street, and he was a thing. He was a fucking Olympian. And so it kind of goes back to the sensationalism that he was like Michael Jordan. Yeah, it would be exactly. That's a perfect example. It would be like Michael Jordan transitioning. That alone would have been like a boom moment. That's a perfect example. It would be like fucking Michael Jordan saying, I'm gonna be a woman. That's not gonna be a sensational thing. Yes, I think so. I think it would have been a moment in this time because of the trans thing happening. That's another thing. I think because of the trans thing being like a big thing, I don't think it would not have been a sensational thing with Bruce. I don't think it would have been a sensational thing. I don't think it would have not been a sensational thing. I think it would have been a boom just because it's Bruce fucking Jenner. I think that the Kardashian thing, I think I wouldn't be so stupid to think that it didn't play a part, but I can't imagine it not being a thing just because. I think you already had you had another media platform for them to talk about it. The media was waiting for Bruce to become Caitlyn for decades. It definitely was a build up because we started hearing rumors of shit early on. I think a lot of people my age and younger, 35, doesn't understand gender's popularity before. I think that plays a part into. I don't think what Zay just said is a perfect example. It would be like Michael Jordan, and somebody 35 and under would know Michael Jordan was, I want to be like Mike. He was a thing in the 90s. The obsession with Michael Jordan, sports wise, it would be like Michael Jordan transitioning. That is a perfect example. I don't think it mattered if or Steph Curry for the younger ones, or LeBron transitioning. I don't think it would have mattered if they were connected to the Kardashians or not. These fucking sports juggernauts transitioning would have been like, it would have been all over the motherfucking news. Kardashian or not. And Bruce was that sports person. It would be, or like Magic Johnson, because I think Magic Johnson was about around the same time too. Magic, Kareem, what is it? Abdul, what? I don't know his name. Whatever the man with the Muslim name. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, is that his name? I don't know. But it would be, they went crazy for Dennis Rodman. Oh, God, yes. When he was fucking dressing in drag, not transitioning, but dressing in drag. Yeah, it would be like one of the old heads, Magic Johnson. I'm trying to think of people in that 70s, 80s era. Yeah. Why do you think there's such a fear fixation? That's what this whole conversation has been about. Questioning that and then examining that. I'm about to start the live over again, honey. And my last question. Oh, that was my last question. Yeah. So that is my thoughts on the obsession. We examined a lot of stuff. I think that if you're just now joining us, make sure you thumbs up. I think that we have covered all the things I wanted to cover. But I do want us to start checking when people are obsessed with people's gender in that kind of way, because I think us being complacent about it, silent, does not normalize making people think how this is none of your fucking business. It really is not. It's none of your fucking business whether or not I was born male, female, blah, 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 blah. It's none of your fucking business. If you're not sleeping with me, why do you care? Mind your fucking business. All right, we have about, what y'all want to talk about now for these last few minutes? What's hot in these streets? Make strong eye contact. Do something, child. Worry about your kids who can't read. Exactly. Worry about the motherfucking kids who can't read or write cursive. I seen this video where they cursive wrote feeble, and they start showing it to people and they couldn't read feeble. They couldn't read cursive. And they really wasn't reading. I was like, oh my God, this is kind of sad. I was like, what is going on? This is crazy. I don't even think they teach cursive anymore. I'm not as concerned about teaching cursive anymore, but I need you to know how to read. I'm not a super obsessed with reading, with teaching cursive in the way other people are. But I do think you know how to read. And I think somebody made a point of, well, how are they going to read old documents that are written in cursive? Child, there's tons of documents that's written in Hebrew that I can't read. There are tons of documents that's written that I don't know. I don't know how stickler on cursive I am. I'm not somebody who some shit is relic and it just gets old and we don't use it no more. But yeah, I'm not a total stickler on it. I'm not against it. I'm not for or against it. I'm just kind of like, I need the babies to know how to read. Basic shit. Basic print reading. They need to know how to read. Where is LeVar? They reopened Reading Rainbow and got the library as a new host. I still love handwriting. My handwriting triggers my dysphoria, so I have trauma around that. When I was in school, all the girls could write really, really pretty, and the boys, girl, their handwriting sucked. And I was one of the boys. My handwriting sucked. The girls had so pretty. I could write in cursive, but it wasn't pretty. It was my leg. I was like, "Ooh, is this getting me clocked? Is my writing getting me clocked?" Is they gonna call me a man if they read my essay? That's funny to me. Comprehension is sitting with the process of comprehension, emotional wellness, essentially. Yeah, my handwriting sucked. Have you seen the video where they asked teenagers to read a sentence and explain what it meant? Most couldn't do it either. I think only one could do both. So what if you are an avid reader, and I know this can kind of feel like an elitist conversation, so I don't want you to feel like that at all. But I do want to know what made you want to read. Like, are you, and if you are somebody who don't really like reading, don't like really sitting and liking reading. I was somebody in my younger years that I liked reading. I would go to the library and pick a shelf and go through each book to just for the idea that I read this whole shelf on the book. I loved I remember reading the Boxcart Children. Now, this is like second grade. So I'm just trying to think of my years growing up as far as reading. What were important moments of reading? I remember just the idea of this homeless boy and girl, and the two boys, two girls living in a boxcar, and they're helping each other out and surviving, and they homeless, and just that whole series was something important to me. I don't know why, but yeah, it was important to me. I remember Matilda was an important book to me. I remember the Bible. Reading the Bible in Sunday school and having to stand up in front of the church Sunday school teacher and being able to read I've heard this too. One of the reasons why the kids ain't reading no more is because they not in church no more. And we used to have to be in Sunday school. Now I don't like church like that. This is not me wanting to get the kids back in church, because I think church is late. But I would love spaces that we create for ourselves, community spaces that really focus in on that kind of that still gives that kind of promising moment where I remember being in church and sitting and wanting to read and wanted to stand up and read it right, and not just reading. Like, let me see if is there a book close to me now? Yes, here we go. So this is my newest book. My homegirl bought me, The Chronicles of the Ori, which I fucking love. It is so pretty. It's so much. Look at the artwork in here. It's so fucking pretty. Look at that. It's so much artwork in here that is just sickening. Anyway, so I remember having to read, and I hated and didn't want to read like this. Emotional drives her to such extreme lengths. Heartbroken and delusioned, Shango exiled Oba from the palace, severing their connection and leaving her with the consequences of her. Reading like that annoyed me. I didn't like it. What I was taught in my younger years is that you read through and you I liked when I read Shango exiled Oba from the palace, severing their connection and leaving her with the consequences of her actions. I liked it to read dynamically. Like when I was a kid, that was my that was my je ne sais quoi. I wanted to read like I heard LeVar Burton reading. Like when you hear LeVar on the Reading Rainbow, it wasn't just monotone approaching the golden doors of Aku Abba felt the burden of her troubles begin to lift. She was entering a place where such trivial woes of the world held no sway. I didn't like it. I wanted to read like with dynamics. The shadows of her past receded into insignificance. Here, Oba regained a semblance of her former peace, an opportunity to exist without the constant reminder of her fall from grace. Where I could look up and you get what I'm saying? It was when I was a kid, I used to live to do that. I know what the line is. I done read it, and now I can look up into your eyes and finish the line and then go back. In the darkness of the underworld, Oba found a new purpose, allowing her to stay as a guardian of sorts, a keeper of the records. I used to love to do that. It was my thing. And I learned that I wanted to do that in church, where I wanted to where I was trying to impress the teachers. That one could, how you read without looking? Right. I can look up and down, even when you and because of that, they would pick me to do the introduction. Like I remember when I was in 6th grade, I was picked to be the person that introduced during the graduation. I introduced the superintendent, Dr. Eugene White, and I was able to write something and read the speech and either learn it by heart or read it, however I did it. And I was picked to do that, and it was a way that I'll get attention, and it was something positive where my queerness wasn't at the center. Me acting like a girl wasn't important here. I can fucking read, and I can read good, so they love me for this. So ooh, I get to do the oration. And I learned that was the anchor, the core, the root of that was church. I remember in church wanting to go to Sunday school and reading the Bible and the stories of Jonah, whatever stories I read. Church was the place that while I think that it was also one of the places of trauma, I would like to see us create more spaces without the trauma where it still is a place where reading was important. And I think investing in libraries is important, and having events at libraries is important. Events that revolve around reading is important. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the T is. I know my brother's children. I know that I'm really adamant in asking about where their reading level is, because my nephews is not about to be not being able to read. No, thank you. No. What's going on? Do I need to send them books? Do I need to start calling and asking them to read to Auntie Diamond? Because he was not going to be out here embarrassing me and not know how to read. But every time I come to the house, I'm pulling out books for him to read. Age appropriate books. Come on, read this. Come on, let's work through these letters and these pronunciation. A third space to foster. Yes. Severe introvert. I wasn't introverted. I think my queerness made me introvert. I think my queerness, I don't think I was naturally, I don't think I was an extrovert, but I don't think I was, my queerness and I know. Me talking, when I was growing up as a kid, 5, 6, 7, when I started, because I went to kindergarten at 5. when I started speaking in pub, like in school, not at home. So I didn't start getting bullied until I started going to school, of course, because that's when you're interacting with other kids. But it was my voice that they would say, "Why you talk like a girl?" And so my voice was a thing that got me clocked. So for my femininity, so that was something that I started to be like, "Ooh, let me not talk." And so it wasn't me being introverted naturally. It was because I was very precocious when I was younger, but I started to clock that it was my voice that would clock me. And so it made me not want to answer questions, not want to kind of reveal my voice. Yeah, until I got but also it was a constant battle in me because I still like the attention of being smart. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I didn't want to be clocked as feminine, but I also love the attention of being the person who can answer the question. You get what I'm saying? Who had the right answer if the teacher is asking the question and I knew the answer. Part of me is like, do I want to say something? Do I not want to say something? I do like the attention of being a smarty pants, but I hated the attention of being a queer. So it was like, is anybody gonna answer the question? I remember being in class and I'm sitting there like, so nobody knows the answer. Nobody did their homework. Nobody. Okay, I know the answer. I remember that inner turmoil of me not wanting to get queerly clocked, but wanting to be the smarty pants in the class, who wanted the gold star. I wanted the gold star. I want to be the person who know all the answers. I wanted to get the 100%. Teacher started passing over you. Yes, because you always the one answering yes. And I hated that, annoyed the fuck out of me, but and then to see their frustration of having to come to you because nobody else did their homework or nobody else had the answer. You gotta ask me. And how some of the men, their homophobia would show up in that way because I was queer. Their homophobia would show, especially my math teacher. I had a math teacher that was homophobic as fuck. He used to say I had sugar in my tank, and he would be annoyed that I was out doing the more masculine boys because y'all focus on them fucking doing fucking sports. It was in high school. Y'all focus on them doing fucking sports. And not giving a fuck about them doing their homework. And you so worried about my sugar in my tank, bald head ass nigga. George Jefferson looking ass. So, yeah, I used to be, there definitely was a tension between wanting to be the smarty pants and wanting not to get clocked. And it wasn't natural. They'll say, let's give Mr. Roberts over there a chance to answer. Yeah, and Mr. Roberts is dumb. He can dribble a basketball, though. He can throw a football. Mm-hmm. Then little Mr. Roberts didn't know the answer. Ask me right. You still got to come back to me. It'll be one other girl. It'll be another black girl who was a nerd too, who will have the answer too, and we'll live for each other. And I remember this girl named Misty. I love her name because I didn't know any black girls named Misty. It was a lot of white girls, but there was a black girl named Misty that I was in school with. Me and Misty would love to be, when they group us together, we would get our life. Ooh, it would, because we were the smarty pants, baby. But we would hate it when they would put us with other people. When they'll put us with other people, we'd be like, my teeth. We would hate it when they would put us with other people. Together, we was the dynamic duo, baby. I hate when parents use reading or any other learning as punishment. Make that shit a treat, make it fun. Yeah, I never, yeah, that might be something different too. Reading was never a punishment for us. Definitely not. Oh no. Books were given to me as gifts. I remember my teacher, remember miss one of my memories of books is when I first read Matilda. Um because I related to Matilda. She was special. And so that the story of her and people being mean, Mrs. Trunchbull being mean to her, there was as many parallels of it wasn't my story, of course not, because it's a fucking fake story, but there was something about Matilda that was relatable. We had Mr. Vendetti was my Miss Honey. You see what I'm saying? Like he was my special teacher that made me feel special. I had mean ass teachers like Miss Trunchbull. It was just so parallels to my life. And he gave me that book as a gift. Matilda was my shit. I'm trying to think of other books where the wild things grow just because I like art and all of those pictures were sickening. Um, what other book was mine? Of course, Toni Morrison. One of my black canon books was The Bluest Eye when I was growing up. One of my white teachers gave me The Bluest Eye. Um, that was the start of my obsession with Toni Morrison. Even though it was banned, she still gave it to me. Gave it to a few of us. It was the Toni Morrison book with the blue and black cover, the old cover. Lord of the Flies wasn't a book that we read. Lord of the Flies was a movie that they showed us. They pulled, when they rolled the TV, and that was one of the movies that they would roll. We had to do an essay. We had to do that was I have more memories around I had more memories around writing when it comes to Lord of the Flies. Yeah, it is a new adaptation on Netflix. I watched it. I didn't finish it, but I watched it. Um I like what they're doing with it too because it's kind of new. There's some new nuances in it. But Lord of the Flies is the first. What I remember about that, it wasn't particularly about reading. It was particularly about how my teachers made me think about what I was seeing. You see what I'm saying? It was about it was my first time writing around my thoughts on a piece of art. So that's what I remember. It was that has more, the Lord of the Flies has more correlation to my writing than my actual reading. It was more about what are your thoughts about individual care? Oh, Babysitter's Club, yes. What are my thoughts in Goosebumps? And what was those books? The soup, the something about soup. What was those books? It's something about soup. The title had something about soup in it. There was some other books. Y'all remember what I'm talking about? It was a bunch of stories in one book. Something soup. And it was different ones. Is a is a constant testing for agenda. It's the constant testing for Gen Z, making reading mandatory or pressure. Chicken noodle soup for the soul. Yes. Yes, that's it. Because it was a couple of them, wasn't it? Y'all remember Animorphs? I don't remember Animorphs. I don't know what that is. Is that like the soup series? There was some kind of, I think it's chicken noodle soups for the soul. I think that's what it was. It was something about soup, but it was a different ones, right? It was different ones. It wasn't just one. I love Animorphs. I don't think I got into the Animorphs like that. I don't remember that. I don't know why I'm thinking cartoons with that, but that might be just Animaniacs. But I don't think I got into Animorphs. I got into the Babysitters Club. I got into Punky Brewster was a book. I don't remember. I remember that being a TV show. I'm trying to think of books that I really loved. Definitely Babysitters Club. Definitely. What was the one about that was kind of like a mystery books? Is it Agatha Christie? Was she a mystery book? I think it was Agatha Christie. Yeah, it's an anthology series with different writers. Yes. So yeah, I remember that. Um Oh, and no tea, these what I shouldn't have been reading these, but any of those motherfucking books that look like old school romance novels where you had the usually a white woman in the arms of some big strong strapping man. Nancy Drew, yeah, that was a series I liked. But any of the romance novels, maybe I was picking them up because that was grown people business. I lived for the romance novel. Danielle Steele, oh baby, Danielle Steele had me in a headlock. Once I got to learning that this is grown people, Danielle Steele had me. Oh yeah, let me see some Danielle Steele covers. All the covers was all passionate all the time. Danielle Steele book covers. Viola Swap. You remember the TV show Ghost Riders and the Noggin Network? Not that it doesn't ring a bell. That sounds familiar. I was just playing around when someone said Brewster's Place. Oh, okay. I remember Oh, don't get me started on Sister Soldier. Um Coldest Winter Ever. What else was popular? Oh, also what I used to read when I was younger? Donald Goins. Grown people stuff, but Donald Goins was really, really good. He had a book called Whoreson. This grown people stuff. I wasn't meant to be reading it, but um what was his other titles? It was one Donald Goins, definitely. Yes. Whoreson, and there was another one that I really liked. Wasn't it one about it was something about pimping or Boots? Didn't it have a character named Boots? You read Terry McMillan? No, I didn't get into her like that. I couldn't read Zane. Too many spelling errors. Elin Harris, Eric Jerome Dickey. Oh, the Kenyatta series. Ooh, I used to be problematically turned on by the Kenyatta series. Remember that one where that man in the prison made him suck his thing? Ooh, I was like, baby, I was jacking off to that series. Problematically. Donald Goins books. B-Boy Blues.
Donald Trump Jr. married Bettina
Donald
Anderson.
Trump. I didn't say.
But President Donald Trump didn't attend.
I said Donald Goins,
citing his government responsibility.
Donald Trump Jr. Bitch. Oh, Dope Fiend. That's what it was called. Dope Fiend. Black Girl Lost. Oh yeah, these were my sickening. Whoreson. Yeah, those are my sickening. Yes. They came out in 1971, 1972, 1973. Oh yeah, he had tons of books. Never Die Alone. Daddy Cool. Kenyatta Last Hit. Swamp Man. Ooh, these were good. Ooh, I remember the White Man's Justice, Black Man Grief. These was good. Kenyatta's except all the Kenyatta's was love. I might need to I know they were problematic, but I might need to reread these. There was some things that was kind of cringy. B-Boy Blues wasn't that who wrote B-Boy Blues? Wasn't no. I can't remember who wrote that. Who wrote B-Boy Blues? Don't Bell Hooks got a book? Bell, of course, Bell Hooks. Um, Bell Hooks got a book, something about B-Boy that has that something similar in that name. Beyond a Pale Horse. Somebody mentioned that earlier. I think that was another benefit of reading when I was younger. It felt like you were in grown folks' business. It definitely was. It definitely certain books, Danielle Steele, anything that had to do with the queer stuff. I had to get them the queer books. I couldn't get the queer books from anybody. Once I found what was my first Jerome Dickey? Eric Jerome Dickey is one of them books. I found my first book and it just led me down this rabbit hole of Elin Harris and Eric Jerome Dickey and any of those kind of queer books. Um, my feminist books were gonna be Bell Hooks, Sister Outsider, of course, with Audre Lorde. Um, of course, Margaret Walker. Any of those classic. Our eyes was watching Guys or Neil Hurston. We read that early on, and people in my class didn't like it because it was dialect heavy, but I lived for it. It was my signature because I had a Southern family, so it was easy for me to follow along with the Southern dialect because it just sounds like, oh, they're talking like people that I know. My country grandma and great grandma and great aunt, they talk like them. She just writing it. I didn't get into B Boy Blue. Elin Harris was my favorite. So when a book didn't suck me in very early, I couldn't get into it. Yeah, it just was even like our classic black magazines. When I was a kid, I loved just practicing reading with a Jet magazine. I loved practicing reading with an Ebony. I loved practicing reading with a Essence. I loved using those things to practice reading. I just did. B-boy bops. I remember Man Child in Promised Land was so long, but I loved it. Oh, and Steve. Oh, wow, one of my favorite authors. My favorite author is Toni Morrison, but second to her is Stephen King. I love Stephen King. I love Stephen King. Like Stephen King is one of my top tier authors in my life. I love it. Me reading the unedited Stand, me reading, he has a more like he has one that's set more like in like the medieval times, like Game of Thrones, called Eye of the Dragon. That was kind of like that. That's one thing about everybody knows Stephen King for his horror and scary stuff, but he has done other type of genres that is amazing. Um, oh yes, those Scandalous Essence articles. And even Susan Taylor, her In the Spirit little initial article, when she do the little introduction to the in the beginning of the magazine. I just thought that was cute and would read it and would just to read it. But Stephen King was my tea. Ooh, Stephen King was my tea. Rose Matter and Stan was my favorite. I love the uncut Stan. Um and yeah, I just love Stephen King. Stephen King was my tea. Another thing that made me feel grown was reading interview article. Such a sister girl as a child. Ebony Jet interviews. Did you ever read Gloria Naylor? I don't think so. Not that I remember. I probably did, but I just don't remember. Especially if they weren't impactful to me in that way. Why do I know Judy Bloom? That sounds familiar. Let me see what books Gloria did. Because that does sound familiar. Oh, the Women of Brewster Heights. Yeah, I read the Women of Brewster Heights. Brewster's Place. Yeah, yeah, I read that. Yeah, I didn't know the author. I don't remember the author's name, but I did. We had to read that book. That was a part of our whole little. That was a part of our curriculum. And even those like Good Earth and them old classic book, Moby Dick. I remember reading that. So the old classics of Virginia Woolf, shit that was white people shit, Huckleberry Finn. I remember that stuff. It never caught me like caught my interest like the books that I already named. Cause it just didn't feel like it was rooted in us. You see what I'm saying? So, but we had to read them for school. So, and write about them. Bailey's Cafe. Wait, was Judy Bloom the low key lesbian series? I don't know. If y'all want, I think this is really really good. There is a book called there is a book called The Lesbian South. Oh my god, I learned so much about the history of like lesbian writing in that book. This book right here, The Lesbian South, Southern Feminists, the Women in Print Movement on and the Queer Library Canon. Literally, I said library canon. I'm talking about reading. Queer Literary Canon by Jamie Harker. This book right here was so fucking good. It just gave you, because they were really inclusive about like all the transgender stories that people told, all written by lesbians, and just the how lesbian writing impacted other genres that became popular. It was so good. The Lesbian South. It was so good. Reading the inserts to all of your favorite artists. Yeah, all of your musical artists. Nikki Nikki Giovanni was more of my poetry, like my poet people. She was more into I was more into her in that way. Um yeah, when I started to get into my stage play acting bag and poetry and doing monologues and trying to, you know, audition for plays. That's when I really got into Nikki Giovanni and Paul Lawrence Dunbar and Lance, um, not Lance, Langston Hughes and Sonia Sanchez. Who else? That was kind of like in their poetry bag. Robert Frost. They weren't black, but Robert Frost. Um, of course, I grew up in the hip hop era, so um, rappers was poets to me. Lucille Clifton. And all the problematic niggas like Gil Heron, Scott. Before I had, analysis about gender and feminism and da 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 da. Jill Heron Scott was one. You're like, ooh. Yeah, I think other people talked about Nancy Drew. I remember the Hardy Boys. Um, Who else? Raisin in the Sun plays and shit. Raisin Hansberry. What's her? Elaine Hansberry. Lorraine Hansberry. Raisin in the Sun. The boys reading DMX lyrics in the class. Yes. When we had the lyrics in the little booklet. And I don't do it now, but I remember, I know young people do, but I remember wanting to know the words, like wanting to know the words of rappers. I remember knowing every word to Funkify album, the Brat Funkify album, and all the words to the Fugees album, the words, like the actual knowing the words. Every word to Little Kim, baby, every word to Little Kim. I used to be really, it just once that I knew every word to the hardcore album, and I knew every word to the Notorious KIM album. Every single word, like I just knew it. I don't have, it's not that I don't like hip hop anymore, but for some reason I don't know. I don't be interested in the words to the new stuff that's the rapping stuff. It might be just because I'm getting old and out of touch with the new rap, but yeah. The Brat, she pulled my ass out the closet. Yeah, her that first album, that Funkify album, I knew every word, every song, every word. Her and Lil Kim were my favorite when it comes to hip hop at that time, and it might have been because they was a little bit hyper. They gave me what I needed on both ends. Kim was hyper femme and Brat was masculine. So she was hyper queer in that way. So they both gave me exactly what I needed as a queer person. And so I lived for the Brat and I lived for Lil Kim. Now, earlier girls I love too, like, Queen Latifah, but I didn't really pay attention to the word with Queen Latifah in regards. It was the energy and the vibe, MC Light, those girls, those girlies. And of course, the femininity of Salt and Pepper in them. But the ones who I really, really gravitated to was Kim and the Brat. Missy, of course. Missy came a little bit later, though. I was fucking with Missy because she was connected to Aaliyah and her songs was sickening and she was weird. Like all her videos was always weird. Or made a reference to some shit that I fucked with. Like when she did the Sock It To Me with Lil Kim and I wasn't a Foxy fan. Foxy never really did it for me. It was Kim. But I was caught up in the the battle. Kim was my girl. I wasn't a Foxy girl. um 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 Missy doing that Mega Man fucking Sock It To Me video. Oh my god. That was so sickening to me because I was a video game nerd too, and so her doing reference to Mega Man was so sickening to me. I was like, "Oh my god, this video is sickening!" It was so my everything. She just had so many good videos in regards to her catalog. It was just so sickening. I loved it. It was my everything. They say she invented the Gmail logo. Who? Missy? Oh. Ooh, suck it to me like you want to. Yeah, even the song she did with Beat Me Now, I wanna call me myself, I'll call you back. See me daddy. When they did the Barbie doll look on Beat Me 911, that was so sickening. Of course, June Ambrose styling. I can't stand the rain with the hefty bag looking balloon outfit. Missy was just sickening. That's also why I love Doja Cat in this era. I feel like Doja Cat is the Missy of this younger generation of rap girlies to me, because her videos be kind of creative. Missy and Janet has some of my favorite music videos. Yeah, Janet and Missy. Yeah. I remember how sickening upset I used to be obsessed with Janet's video when If came out. Oh, it was so my sickening. I was obsessed with that song. I was obsessed with the video. Run away with me, my love. Yeah, 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 yeah. When she was hopping in from different plays on elephants and shit, and she had that ring from her nose to her ear, and she was doing a fucking little Asian dances, and then over here, and Janet gave me my motherfucking life. Ooh. And she has so much range. Even the song when she was given laid back, chill, neo soul vibe. That's the way love goes. Just that video with J-Lo and how she just hanging, and then they play the music. I just remember living that, where we putting a new track in, and people hated her Demeter Joe Jackson so much. I don't think if the Super Bowl shit would have happened, people would have hated it so much. I love Demeter Joe. I played the shit out of Demeter Joe album. I think because of the Super Bowl shit, that album didn't get as much love as it should have. I like the black and white video. Love Will Never Do Without You. Yes, that hairdo with the updo and the headband, and fine ass Hansu Digimon, whatever his name was. Pleasure Principle, the dancing. Mm-hmm. Pleasure Principle. Even the Zoot Suit love escapade. Yeah, even the Zoot Suits of I Miss You Much. Even the Nutty Professor video with the stage rocking back and forth at her anytime. Even again, one of my favorite vocal performances that gives me chills every time I hear it. That's why when people be like, Janet can't sing, I don't think that. I said Janet just got a different voice, and she know how to use her stuff. Because first of all, I think Janet make the best sex music. All her sex songs are sickening. But I also feel like her using her voice in and not doing too much, but doing enough, I think again is beautifully executed. Never fall again. I think it's beautifully executed. Other video of Janice was just Janet and Busta Rhymes. I think that's one of the best videos ever. When she has the cock rings and shit all over her body, and he's rubbing them. And oh, girl, that is one of the most sickening videos ever. Funny how time flies when we're having fun. Let's wait a while. Mm-hmm. She don't really talk about nothing. Yes, I love Never Do Without You. Janet has some sickening videos. But this also when I was in love with Madonna too, because Madonna has some sickening videos too. Human Nature video was sickening. Take a bow, the night is over. Masquerade is getting older. Yeah, this was when I was in love with Miss Madonna too. 90s was a sickening era for me with Madonna. I love Madonna. But videos, I'm trying to think of videos that I loved. I didn't like the Vogue video. I wasn't really really into it in that way. What other? Janet and Nelly song. I don't remember that song. I don't remember Janet and Nelly. Even when I Got So Lonely came out, and she had her titties booed up. I get so lonely with the wide leg pants and and that red hair when Janet was doing in her red hair, curly red hair era. Ooh, everywhere I go, every smile I see, I knew you were there, smiling back at me. Well, her red hair era. When they had two, she had the slow and sexy version. Oh God. Yeah, Tony. I'm not video wise. Tony Braxton's videos weren't as sickening to me. Now I love Unbreak My Heart because my husband was in that. Tyson girl, yes, my sickening. But her and she had a bunch of my husbands. Bryce Wilson when she did Making Me High, I did like him. He was so fine, one of those '90s fine niggas. And I didn't realize that one of the reasons why I thought they just had him on the show because he was fine, but I didn't realize that he was he produced that song. It wasn't just because he was fine. He Wasn't Man Enough for Me is Tony's only good video to me. Yeah, I don't think I love You're Making Me High because it had Max from Living Single and it was right in the middle of when Living Single was hot. So Max was in there and she was doing her silly living single faces on there and Bryce Wilson was. I just like that whole video concept. And she looked good in that fucking white cat suit with that fucking bang and shag looking hair because that shag looking hair was just coming back. I loved that. I also loved Breathe Again. The romanticism of Breathe Again. That was fish to me. That was sickening. But yeah, her I liked Man Enough for Me because it had Tamar, her sisters, and Robin Givens. No, was it Let It Flow or Breathe Again? Which one was she running in like a dress and slow motion black and white? Which one was that one? Was it Let It Flow or Breathe Again? Yeah, that's the one I like. That's the one I like. What did she? I don't remember what Let It Flow looked like. Was Let It Flow blue? Was it like a blue? I don't know what Let It Flow looked like. Yeah, like a lot of water. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, Breathe Again was the one I like. Whenever she was running in that big dress, running in like greenery or something. I don't know. Ice. What is Ice? What? I don't remember that. I don't remember. Tony Braxton got a song named Ice. Hey, Overdressed. Yeah, I didn't really see Tony Braxton as making like her videos being like a standout videos. Her songs and her voice was, of course, but her videos. her video wasn't stand out like that. Like the concepts weren't really sickening. But yeah, Janet and Missy's were my favorite. Mm. I let it flow as blue water. Mm. Yes, honey. Who else? Mm. Yeah, Michael always had the moment with videos too. But if we're talking about the girls, I think for me, it was Janet, Madonna, and Missy. Little Kim's videos. Only one I really liked was how many licks does it take to get it up with how many licks with her and Cisco? How many licks was my favorite Little Kim video? Yeah. You want to remember with the B, huh? What? Throw a hex on the whole family. She just ate everybody up in that verse. So I was about to think about that video. I was like, it wasn't the video that was sickening. It was the fact that she ate everybody. That was like Nicki Minaj in Monster. That was you know how Nicki Minaj did Monster. That was Kim's moment like that where she ate up all the niggas in the verse in the song. Or all about the Benjamin. I don't remember any of the dude's verse. Lil Kim's verse was the one that ate their ass up. I don't remember any other dude's verse. I only know hers. She did that on Quiet Storm. With Mob Deep, did she? I don't know if I don't think I like the song like that. So any of the verses, I didn't really feel that on that one either. Is that the Mob Deep one, the Quiet Storm? Oh no, competitor, I'm 10 steps ahead of you. Yeah, the Quiet Storm, I think I don't think I like the song like that, but I think she is one. That's one of her ones that people fucked with. Mm. I mean, even she did a lot of sickening features. I like when she do features that just perfectly match it. I like when with even Mary J. Blige with I can love you better than she can. I think her verse is perfect on that song. What other song is perfect that Kim was featured on? She was a feature. Those Benjamin and that song, they were perfect to me. I like Float On. No time for fake ones. Just sit your ass down with the real ones. Who was that? Big Biggie. No time. That was Biggie, or was that her song? I like Aaliyah. She was very talented and beautiful. So she died young. Yeah, no time. Yeah, I thought that was her song. Oh, if we talk about songs, if we talk about Lil Kim songs, this is kind of like a in the cut. This ain't one of her singles, but one of my favorite songs by Lil Kim is when she raps as the little girl Dot, Aunt Dot. I think it's called Aunt Dot. I love that. When she raps as a little girl rapping. Is that what it's called? I think it's called Aunt Dot. Aunt Dot was fired. Shanice, yeah, her and Lil Shanice, yes, that was my song. I love that song. That was my shit. And whatever one, I quote this line all the time, especially if I'm crossing the street. I say, I say, if I'm crossing the street, I'll say, give right away to pedestrians, to black and white, your lesbians. My nigga Puff trying to holler at these bitches. I say, yo, dog, the bitches down with the niggas. I say that so much. I love that bar. That bar is my six, especially if I'm crossing the street or something and I see some cars being weird. Give right away to pedestrians, to black and white lesbians. My nigga Puff trying to holler at these bitches. I say, yo, dog, this bitch is down with the niggas. Like custom made. I love the whole. It's just so many songs that I liked of hers. But I know people love hardcore. I love hardcore, but I liked. Controversially, I liked Notorious K.I.M. better than hardcore. I know that hardcore was just such a classic motherfucking album, but it's something that it was there was some experimental shit that happened on like the rock song. There was a lot of creativity that happened on the Notorious K.I.M. that I didn't feel the presence on hardcore. Hardcore was classic in the sense of rap MC, female MC in that way, but it's something about the genre bending in Notorious K.I.M. that I thought was similar to what I think we would have got from Supernova by the album that Left Eye did, where she was trying to do more different, still rap but expand genre. I think Little Kim kind of did that with Notorious K.I.M. because there was a lot of tracks on there that was like, "Ooh, this might be a dance track. This is kind of like a rock track." It was a lot of bending. Mafia Land. I don't remember that one. I don't know. I can't remember. But yeah, I loved it. Cocoa buttercream, polyurethane, cocoa buttercream. She was my sick name. Well, all right, y'all. It's almost 1:00. Thanks for joining me to talk about this subject deeply. If you made it this long, thank you. Make sure you thumbs up if you're just now joining us, or if you are watching it later on after we get off. And make sure you subscribe, all that kind of good stuff. I can't wait till y'all hear the conversation with me, Amaya Scott, and the team, the Marsha's Play team, Amaya Scott and Monroe Elise. Just a dope conversation, and they're dope girls. When we got off the stage, y'all, everybody. So when we got, I was nervous about Amaya being on the show because anytime I see, not about her, but about, because I've met Amaya before, but Amaya, anytime I've been like on a panel with her or kind of in a event with her, she always was kind of nervous and quiet. In my brain, she was just kind of just being pretty. You know, she was just kind of sitting. She wasn't really adding to the conversation. She was there being pretty Amaya. She never really gave her personality. And so I was worried about her being on the show because of that. It was like, yo, I want her to be personable. I want to see the Amaya that I see behind the scenes. And she never gives that. Baby, she was giving her true tea behind the scenes. And when we got off the stage, she came and gave me a hug. She was like, Diamond, I felt like I can be that because I felt super comfortable with you. Like I always fucking loved you. And I felt super comfortable and safe being with you in this moment. And I was like, oh, I am so glad that my reputation preceded itself. And she was super comfortable because she was able to let her hair down and talk freely. And y'all be able to see. She let her hair down on Crazy Sexy Film too, which I loved. So I love that. So make sure y'all check out that too, because I love them. I love Crazy Sexy Film. And me and Tabitha and Bree talked about doing a crossover between Watch Us Play and Crazy Sexy Film. So she's gonna bring it to them and see. And I'm cool with Temperance. So only one I don't really know is Asia. I don't know her like that. So I can't see. Tabitha is down and Temperance is down. So I don't know if I can't see why Asia wouldn't be down because we don't really know each other. But Tabitha says she's gonna bring it back to them so we can do like a crossover podcasty thing. And I'm so excited about that. So we'll see. You know, some people be saying they'll do stuff and then it don't come up. But yes, Amaya was on the show and she just kind of opened up and was kind of doing her thing, which I fucking love. And of course, Monroe is funny. She's hilarious. And, you know, it just was so good. And what's funny is Jay ran off the stage in the middle of the show. And I was like, why is he running off the stage in the middle of the show? Like, do you know this nigga ran off the stage in the middle of the show to go to the bathroom? I'm thinking this nigga having a panic attack. This nigga came back and all he had to do was use the bathroom. You left the stage in the middle of the show to use the bathroom? I was gagged, y'all. I was like literally we in the middle of the conversation. He just jump up and go to the bathroom. Walk off the stage in the middle of the conversation. I was like... I was gagged and I was like, are you okay? When he came back and sat down, I was like, okay. He was like, oh, I just had to use the bathroom. I feel like it was I felt like that's when the litism was coming out. I think the litism was coming out. I'm like, you're leaving the stage in the middle of a show just to use the bathroom. You couldn't hold it? We just had a couple of minutes left. I like, it gagged me. I thought he was like maybe having a panic attack. And he did it in a moment where we were laughing. So it looked like he was pretend. You know how somebody say something funny? Because I don't want to ruin the moment for y'all. So I'm not going to tell y'all. A joke was, a jokey joke was told. And it seemed like he was getting up during the joke, like, oh, I'm out of here, jokingly. And he walked off the stage and went to the bathroom. It was a gag. I was like, what is happening? And didn't come back to the next subject. It was a gaggy. So I can't wait till y'all see it and listen to it. And it's so funny to me. But all right, y'all. Make sure y'all thumbs up, and I will see y'all next week or later in the week if I feel like getting online. Be good. Bye.